how they are giving us gifts and presents, and I invite all of you to be in this fair and do this exchange. And without further ado, we will start off the first block of the day, and I have the pleasure to present our speaker for the first block. We will be inviting on stage. Please present yourself, and but first I will briefly introduce it. It's Danilo Belinsky from KPT Brazil. He is an economist by the University of Subor. He has a master's degree in economy and finance on the University of Paris and MMA, an executive MMA from FIESB school and the CFK certification. He began his professional career in straight strip, and he had a period in narrowing management. And before incorporating it in 2020, he's been working for 10 years in BlackRock in Paris, where he helped in the development and investment of products for sustainability, helping producers to align their wallets with transition for an economy of low carbon. We have today his speech for the integration for opportunities for pollination and the risk of loss of pollinators in credit analysis and risk management for environmental diligence. It's an honor to have you with us, Danilo. Please. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for receiving me here and for the invitation. GIZ, everyone, and partners from the panel that will be happening in a few. I think I have commented with Kaina during the talks for preparing this speech today, and as you have heard, I'm not a specialist in pollination, but I'm a specialist in investments. I've been working with investments for over 20 years in many asset classes, and I am part of KPTL today. You probably don't know KPTL, so I will bring here a little bit on why we are talking about this. We are focused on investments and innovations, so we will be looking at innovations in the society. This is valid for nature, climate, and pollination. We have been working for 23 years. We have passed another year with over 140 investments, a lot of things in technology. So when we think about pollination, we think about agribusiness, and we would have around over 20 investments in agribusiness. And besides working with public investors and private investors, ever since BNDES, FINAP, Beach, and as Multilaser and other companies that also drink on this source of innovation and that can transform our society and the areas and bring good news for everyone. And just a bit on deep tech now. I will discuss some examples that I feel like are interesting for our discussion today. BioClone that is here is a company that had the clonage of plants in the labs. This is a company from Fortaleza state in Brazil, and we have learned quite a lot on how to do this, to work with these plants, and what is the impact that comes after this, and the impact throughout their lives. We have been working and looking at extreme climate events, and I foresee and other companies that you can see here. We look at extreme climate events affecting ports and airports, affecting rivers, We have another company looking at the water situation, floodings, having many different places. Agrotosco, on the other hand, they monitor agricultural productivity and compliance, environmental compliance, in over 2,000 hectares. So this is something interesting that gives us an overview of what's happening in the field. Here we have all of the activities that we have been doing. I will highlight the project here, the UK Pact project. We are working in partnerships with British companies financed by the British government with an MMA to develop financial models for restoration in production. And how can I make money planting trees, cacao trees, acai trees, and where do the pollinators fit in the story? And today, we are not looking directly at the pollinators, but we end up going over them in the activities, the financial activities that we have been doing. This data you might know better than I do, the specialist in pollination, but 75% of the agricultural harvest depend on pollination services. And some different degrees it impacts 60%, 16% of the amount of Brazilian production. Then it depends on the kind of production, but it is a considerable amount. And we can see throughout the year ecosystem processes and around 43 billions in dollars in global production. It's a small animal, but with a huge impact in financial revenue for those who have been working with agribusiness. Another thing that is well known by everyone is that the world population is growing. The demand for food is growing. If the culture that I have depends on pollination and I need to produce more food for these people, the population that is growing more and more, how can I do that? It seems to me that we'll be needing more pollinators, but I'm not sure if the scenario is desperating, but it's for sure complex. This orange curve here on the chart, the expectation shows us that we'll have less pollinators available in the world. We know that we have a crisis in this sense, and the population is growing. And the blue line is the demand for food. So, how are we going to be working with the scenario? This is a great challenge we have. And as an investor, we see this as a challenge. If I have an agri-forest and no pollinators is an issue, but this can also be an opportunity. How can I solve this? How can I increase the efficiency in other ways? And here we have a little bit on the impact for for example, for crops, for example, if I have corn or other crops that do not depend on the pollinators, we won't have a lot of impact. But for example, the soy crops, we can have an increase on the productivity, which is a giant crop not only in Brazil but in the world. We have a global pact on the soy pollination, which we'll be looking in a few. But we can count on millions of hectares just in Brazil. And if we look at cacao or palm oil, the impact can be a disaster or very good. I can have a culture that is highly productive, but if there's no pollination, I will have a huge capex, planting a tree, planting an agri-forest, and I won't have the fruits. So the investment won't work. Here we detail a little bit more on these different types of crops. In cacao, we are talking about the total loss in the formation of fruits. Without the pollinators, without chocolate, we'll have a more depressing world. And in other crops, we won't have anything happening. But how can we combine these crops together and other things and along the way? Here we have a simple calculation on what is the impact of all this in terms of area. How many hectares I need if I don't have enough pollinators in soy, for example. Only in soy, representing 45% of 45 million of hectares in Brazil, I will need another 8 million without taking into account the constant demand for soy in the world. We'll need this and more if I want to overcome this drop on the pollinators. On coffee, we are talking over 2 million hectares and different crops, different area sizes that are affected, but you can go up to 0% of the crop production if you don't have pollinators, for example, in the case of cacao. So, what is interesting that we are seeing, thinking about innovation, we can see some things that are happening. We are seeing more companies offering services for pollination. We have little robots. Ever since people renting beers, for example, we have people that are specialized in this. We see this in Brazil and other countries in Latin America. The smart monitorings of the bees, AI being used to understand the behavior of those bees, drones monitoring the bees in the field, that combined with precise precision agriculture can have an impact on productivity. How can we use these factors better and how can we make these bees to be more productive in different conditions? And obviously bioeconomy, capacity building in the communities, which is important to maintain the bees and the pollinators that we already have, and how to restore this chain so that the orange curve that I've just shown is not that orange curve. If we can show people how to maintain a stable and healthy lineage of pollinators that will impact on people's lives and money, we start having more trust in the future of these crops. And we have here a small study that we try to do as an investment overview. How can I think in an agri-forest to combine cacao, palms, açaí in Pará, Rondônia State, and other places in Latin America? Combining those two crops, how am I going to put 100 million reais at the table to have 3,000 hectares, depending on the cost of the hectare that you're putting out there? If after 2, 3 years does my investment start to fall, to drop on its amount, on this value, I cannot invest in a production of cacao that is going to be worth not a lot in 10 years. The curve should be mirrored upwards, and I need to plant cacao today to gain money in new areas. And we have a giant agenda in Brazil for the planting in the degraded areas, depending on the level of degradation that we are talking about. And if we don't have any financial return, things will not work. Only public money is not enough. We need private capital. We need economical interest for this to happen. And if we don't have the productivity, if I plant cacao and I don't have cacao anymore, for example, I won't plant anymore and I won't recover the degraded areas. For example, with cacao, acai, palms, oranges. So those are different types of crops that have the potential to generate income, to generate forest coverage, biomass, but it depends on a network that goes beyond just planting, putting a seed, putting water over it. And something interesting that we have seen is that the agroforest projects 2 to 3 years ago, they didn't mention some factors. So irrigation, for example, people used to say, "Oh, I don't need this. I'm in Amazon. Everything's all right." And nowadays, people think to do it right from the start as it impacts productivity. And now we are discussing pollinators. For example, let's rent bees. I will bring in a startup that I know. We have an Israeli startup that is coming to Brazil with the pollination services that are a bit different for the crops, for high aggregated value crops. And using the robots that I have commented previously. I won't be able to explain you the full technology, but we can discuss this afterwards for you if you are curious about it. But this is important for the investor. How can I mitigate the risk? It can be on the soy production, 20% of productivity, 18% of productivity is a lot. Obviously, it's not 90 in the case of cacao. But again, we need to think on these enabling conditions, or we don't start to play with this restoration process. So, mitigating the risk, we need to, to mitigate this risk, we can lose 90%. In general, I won't be losing all of the pollinators, but this has a huge impact in my financial model, and the investment won't have a lot of return. And I feel like this is how we can look at this whole situation, and this impacts the valuation of these assets. And if impacts the valuation, we won't have the accountability, the market won't go around. And we have been discussing more and more regulations. How do I have to operate? How my neighbors have to operate? How society has to operate so that we can have a productivity that is aligned with the global needs. So having norms for forest projects, but also for the companies operating in the ecosystem, whether it is agribusiness, industry, they are important so that we can maintain minimum criteria in order for us to maintain a world with food security, a world that is sustainable, a world that is greener. And once again, I feel like we need these regulations, these norms, to think collectively, because if we do it in an isolated way, we cannot find solutions that easier. And here we have some examples of things we've seen. Only thinking about investment and innovation, I have some news. So we have a startup, a American startup that has captured $99 million to connect bees in Latin America. Maybe we'll have someone doing that. We have people capturing money, big money, to deal with the bees, as the agricultures need this. Here we have a research as well discussing the rent a bee startup. This is the renting services of bees and how can I optimize these bees that are rarer so that they can have the best productivity as possible. How does this impact at long term? We are having more and more research, applied research to this technology with biotechnology, looking at the pollination process. And this can be something that comes from Embrapa, universities, other companies, as it is an important topic. It does not affect only small crops, but rather all of our food security. And well, at curiosity level, we can discuss a bit about this, but these are some startups that went through our pipeline in the last few years that have been working with this issue. This is an issue for those who have a forest and agribusiness, but an opportunity for those who are solving this problem. How can I solve the problem of those who lack beers? Is it robots? Is it treating bees better? It's a little bit of both. So we can see an activity that's more and more interesting around this topic, and we can also see that we go over other activities that depend more on pollinators. So when we think on the agribusinesses, agriforest activities, and agriforest, we're discussing on the cost for hectare. It goes over up to 50,000 reais. 1 million of hectares is a lot of money. So I need to minimize my risk. And people here wants to work with these activities. And once again, agriforest, we're discussing cacao, coffee, acai, palms, all of the plants and fruits that depend a lot on the pollination process. These are the solution, 2.0 solution, but we can see in cacao we have the solution 1.0 is people passing on flower by flower so that they can have the productivity. This happens in a lot of crops. So I didn't want to go deeper in this subject so that we can have a space for a Q&A session, but I am open to any discussions that you might have and opening the panel with my colleagues here. Thank you for listening to me, even if I'm not a specialist in agribusiness or pollination, but we try to bring this point of view on how can these issue impact on investments. Thank you. Thank you so much. We will have a Q&A session now so that you can answer. I'm not sure if you need interpretation. So well, we'll be opening the Q&A space now. We'll have the maximum three people that can ask questions. Good morning, Danilo. How are you? Congratulations on your speech. It was very clarifying. I am Felipe. I'm from the south of Bahia, and we are credit operators. My company operates credits for agricultures and family members that cannot access public credit lines. So we work with CRAS, and what you talked about, risk analysis, this caught my eye. I wanted to know if there is a methodology to consider in the credit risk analysis on the pollinators matter. If yes, where can I get it? And if you could share it, it would be very interesting. Well, first of all, I want to congratulate you for the work at Tabua. I've seen in the first time for the BNDS call, we were selected. Capital was on the third place. But anyway, I feel like there's none, and this is a challenge. I've never seen, at least myself, a specific methodology for this, and I feel like we'll have your question with the agricultures at the area to understand the risk in terms of pollinators, in terms of their history. If you can understand how productivity is being impacted throughout time, but we have those startups. I'm not sure if it's one of those that I've shown in the slides, but we have one of them that monitor on drones the amount of bees throughout time. And they can tell us from that how this is evolving, how the bee population is evolving in the area. So this is a way for you to estimate your risk, but I've never seen any methodology regarding this. Maybe the people around the room know better than I do. Well, good morning. Thank you for your speech. It was very clarifying. I'm from the research area. I work with Embapra. My name is Carla. And I'm curious to get to know at what phase do these investors come. I am at the research level. I am raising data on soy right now. We have 70 crops registered. The gain will vary. You cannot say something so specific. For those who are in research, how does the investment work? Well, I feel like we have investors for different types of stage that we are at. We have the early stage investors in which we start to invest in the companies typically when they start to have a commercial traction. For example, after they pass on the university, it was finance for FINAPI or any mechanism that is on the board. And then we start having this interest on clients. Using the research you have, we can start discussing investments to transform this research, and this research can transform the agribusiness sector, looking at productivity. And then we have other investors. The investor for agri-forests, it's a different type of investor. It's not the innovation investor, but rather an infrastructure investor, impact investor, nature investor that has this overview of land, plants, trees. So this is a different overview, just looking at it. And afterwards, we have other investors that will go into the follow-up rounds and try to make these increasements on this type of companies. But we can discuss this better afterwards if you want. Just a detail on this, we will be having a fund that is focused on bioeconomy in the Amazon now. So we'll be looking at biotechnology and intensive things in nature matter and enabling technologies that can be scaled up to the bioeconomy in the Amazon. So Brazil and other countries, and the moment is the right moment for us to discuss this. Thank you. Good morning. It has caught my eye the case studies, especially the one on bionimesis with robots, with robot pollinators. I wanted to know a bit more on how this pollination, this robotic pollination, helps to diminish the risks of loss on the pollinators, and how does this help on the conservation of such pollinators if it's not a perversive incentive to think on the management of species, natural species, and not artificial ones. I would just like you to give us an example on how this has been supporting the conservation of pollinators. Thank you, of course. And I feel like this perversive incentive part is always an important question. But for example, irrigation, we need to have more and more irrigation as we are having less and less rain. Is it perversive to not taking care of the water? This is a need. This is a need for us to have this agricultural productivity, especially in droughts, but also in the rest of the year. And in the case of the robots, I feel like my colleague Renato will be able to speak better about this. He interviewed Bluemax some time ago, but they are working with electrostatic. So they pass on shovels throughout the crops and they pass on two or three to another. So this point of view of cross pollination that can be done on the through the wind or more efficient pollinators and this type of solution that seems simple. But how can we pass the robot on this type of environment? How can we create these electrostatic shovels so that they are enough? These are studies that take some time and a lot of technological development, but I will let Renato comment about this. Renato is the CEO of Capital, KPTO, PL, and he's been thinking about this over 20 years, but the incentive on thinking are we using robots or not, I won't be going into this a lot, but I feel like there's a need. If they are there, is because the agricultures are asking for them. Thank you, Danilo, for sharing.
for your speech, and I have a punctual question regarding one part of your presentation that you spoke from the idea of making some conservation and focusing on the nature and climate. That one of the topics that you also aim to is the risk of the greenwashing at the time you make the investment. What indicators you normally focus as investors to avoid this risk? What do you normally focus on? We invest and we normally look at innovative companies. I could talk about pollination, data for agro, technology for bioeconomy. In this case, the risk for greenwashing is very touching regarding a big company that made a small action, and I worked with a small community to work with a pollination, but it's small compared to the whole company, and you only communicate about the small. And we also invest in a company that make bioformats using the Amazonic bioactives. And we invest not only in the pharmacology part, but also by the impact part in the Amazonic supply chain. What we look at is the chain. Do you really have these Amazonic actives in assets in these products, and where do you buy? How do you buy? What are the practices of the company? So we have this supply chain value analysis and the impact on this chain to show and have the confirmation that the impact on the conservation will be really true, because technology will invest on the area and will have an impact on the conservation of forest and the income generation that will generate the incentive to have this forest standing. And then this is demanded by our investors, and we transfer this to our invested assets as well, and this can change over the time. So sometimes you can say, okay, I grew because of a next work I did, but I need to make another one now. Thank you so much, Mr. Danilo Senensky. We farewell him with a big hug, Director for Nature for the Climate. As part of this session, we'll have our expected panel. I want to introduce at this moment our moderator of this panel, Dr. Kaina Agostini. She's graduated in biological sciences. She has a PhD in vegetal biology by Unicamp. She's a professor in the Federal University of San Carlos and a coordinator of the Brazilian Network of Interactions for the Pollinator Rediff. And she works in the biology area, in the pollination area, focusing on the importance of the pollination services for the food production, and she's part of the ENCT pollination sector funded by the CNPq, and she's the main researcher for the Protection Center of Conservation of Bees that is funded by the FAPEX and also coordinator of the extension project of the graduation DS. We welcome Dr. Kaina. I pass the floor to her so we can go to the next panel. First of all, I would like to thank the invitation to moderate this panel. Thank the organizers of this event, and before we go into the panelists, I'd like to make a small speech that it is about this panel. And I am the pollination area since 1998, working a lot in the academic area. It is one of the first times that I see in an event having an event that we can have so many different sectors in the same panel, and this panel is a very big surprise for me. When I gathered with the speakers and panelists, I got very impressed of how we don't have interaction among ourselves, how we don't dialogue. And yesterday, speaking with Professor Leonardo Galeto, we said a very interesting thing, and we need to have the interaction among the sectors. It is important to understand ourselves. During this meeting we had with the panelists, the exchange was very intense. We exchanged information from the biological part of the pollination process, and they brought me a lot of learning outcomes from the economy, the investment mechanisms for funding as well. And I think this panel is a big panel for learning to each one of us. I'll introduce our panelists. First, I would like to greet those who are online. I would like to say welcome. And first of all, I would like to call our first panelist, who is Mr. Mr. Mihder Eken, who is General Director of Biodiversity of Minan from Peru. Please come up to the stage. Biography, let's see. Mr. Nibel is a biologist by the San Marcos University of Peru and has a master's degree in the Edgar University of Mexico. He was a director of the Ministry of Agriculture, Forest, and Sanitation and Water, and now he's the director of the Geologic Biodiversity of Peru University. He is a uh, graduated in the Scientific University of the South, and he has published several books referring to the ecosystemic books services. Now I'd like to call Tiago Amaral. He's a carbon market analyst from the program of the UN for the Brazil development. Welcome, Tiago. Tiago is a master by the University of Columbia in public policies with focus in sustainable development. He worked for 4 years in the Federal Senate in the Commission of the Environment with bills like the market for carbon, bioeconomy, the environmental licensing, among others. He works as a funding analyst for the biodiversity and bioeconomy in the NDPO. Welcome, Tiago. I would like to call now who is online. Please, if we can broadcast. Mr. Carlos Ernesto Rodriguez Gomez, who is a general director from the sectorial um, intelligence of Mexico. Thank you so much, Carlos. He is a industrial engineer for the Technological Institute of Morelia and master in finances for LATM. And he was a professional in the financial sector for 30 years, in the past 24 in FIRA. And he is also a master that he occupied the positions of administrators of risk, intermediate director, and the financial products director. Now he is the joint director of the sectorial intelligence with the responsibility of actions of sustainability, environment, and financial inclusion, just as the economic finance of the limitary in agribusiness. Thank you so much, Carlos. And now our last panelist, no less important, and Mr. Eric, please. He is a vice director and technical director of the Brazilian Institute of Development in Sustainability, an organization where it's acting for 2 decades, and he has the position of the regional director of the Amazon until 2024. Had a lot of experience in managing the coordination of projects in the third sector. with solid path in institutional strengthening, the conflict management and social environmental, and the facilitation of process for the participation. In his path in AIBS, he was head of strategic initiatives in the Amazonic rainforest, including the coordination of the rural uh, sustainable project. He led projects led by the organisms, international organisms, and the corporation by generating some specific portfolios focused in the sustainability and the uh, community development. And his master in strategy, technology for development by the ETD APN from Madrid, and a specialist in business for executives for the Getúlio Vargas University and public management degree by the UPDS. Dynamic will adapt for this panel. We have people from different areas. We decided to have one different question for each one of the panelists so we can have an idea of how many knowledge we can provide. And after we can have a longer time for questions from the audience because I think this will enrich us a lot. We have a question for each one of us, and the first question is to Dr. Libel. To panelists who are from Hispanic language, I'll make the question in Spanish, and to those in Portuguese, I'll make the question in Portuguese. Dr. Zelinsky asked if the pollinators loss was a systemic loss for the underestimated financial system. And with your experience in the environmental policy and the international cooperation, what types of instruments of public policies do you think should be more efficient so this systemic risk can be translated in real incentives for the financial sector and the intervention in the region? Welcome to every one of you. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation and make a greeting to our Minister of Environment, who is in the event as well. Regarding the question, I would like to have a question considered to what they did to Danilo. That was very interesting, which is what type of information the investors they need to direct their inversions. And I think this is a very interesting and key question. And from that, want to develop your question as well. I would like to take this question to explain a clear case and real case in Peru with the pollinators, and one of the main cultivation products that is the coffee. And then in Peru, even though we have some products that come from the agriculture, and the coffee is not in the top one, coffee is the cultivation that normally provides more work to the Peruvian family, especially in the mountain region. Nonetheless, coffee and the place where we cultivate coffee are the mountains where before were forests, and then we call them the jungle, but they are mountain forests and they have disappeared in 95% of coverage. The only thing that we remain are some dispersed ports and protected areas, and the origin of this is the coffee cultivation port. And when we evaluate the coffee production, what are the key factors for the production of coffee? And these are data that we'll find is that 80% of the coffee production comes from the pollinators. And from this 80%, according to data that we have also discovered from the Institute of po- pollinators in Peru is that 25% of these colonizers are bees, especially native bees. And then we realized that the problem of habitat loss is the big problem that the pollinators have. And then the need of reforesting to cultivate is also a need that we need to look at the pollinators that are living. And there are some works that in Peru we have not done yet. There are some works that we have done in Colombia where it's a relationship between the pollination and the relationship with the coffee and with the bees. And there are some data that when we cultivate some bees in the coffee place, the production grow until 40%. Bees are key, and these data are still we are still generating them. And I think this is a problem because, of course, to design political policies, we need information, we need data, and that's what one of the participants was asking before. This type of information, we're still generating them. These numbers are still generating so we can have decision. And are we doing to have this condition in the country? We are starting to work in the generation of this type of information. From the ministry, we are leveraging an information to be able to keep with this type of information and what we want to do now. And yesterday we were coordinating with a group of institutions that we want to see the relationship between the presence of the forest and the distance they have regarding the parts of coffee to also measure how much the productivity is regarding the closeness and how far they are from the forest. And this will help us to leverage the conservation not only in from the ecological termination and also in terms of agriculture to understand this ratio. Again, I repeat, this scientific information is important. And now for the question, for the political design of public policies refer to investments that we should have regarding the pollinators. We should have information first in the scientific level because otherwise we all understand that pollination is important and it is important to promote it. But these are numbers and these data we need to start promoting. And then the idea is that we need science to formulate better the public policy. In Peru, we have advanced a lot in designing mechanisms, financial mechanisms, and mechanisms regarding related to the investment issue, and the pollination part is floating around because they are not in the data. And we have the mechanisms for the ecosystemic services that have launched a lot in the country, and the country is oriented to have ecosystemic services for water production. Nowadays, we have the landscaping aspect. We have intention to work with pollination, but we need data to start designing these proposals. And but the projects they are still ongoing. This is a mechanism, for example. And then another thing we are working with from the ministry are the biodiversity credits. We have advanced a lot in the legal framework, and we still have the idea of working with a credit related to the pollinators credit for their work. This is also an opportunity to work there. From the efforts of the public investment, we have advanced a lot in public investment for species with in extinction, among them pollinators, who have worked a lot in the public investment so they can be funded by the companies from a mechanism that we call zones by taxes. Instead, that companies they tax the national superintendents. This resource that we have in this department will become a public investment, and then this will be a project of biodiversity. This is a topic that we also are making very frequently, and for the Ministry of Agriculture, the Environmental Ministry, there are some programs, credit programs for funding bio businesses that is involving, because if we compare these credits done in the INAN 10 years ago, and now we see also that this is something that's appearing as an important criteria now that we have these credits. What we have to do, as we are in the pollination aspect, we need to offer information and data that is important for the investigation in this scientific area. Finalizing now and also going to a big scale of this design. Some months ago, Peru issued some biodiversity bonuses, which are an opportunity to that is very interesting to have some sovereign bonuses from Peru. But in terms of biodiversity, they have until 1 million of soles. So this is a very good opportunity for investors, and it is good to be prepared to have this type of information, etc. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And from your speech, we bring some topics important for our conversation, interaction, this need of data to confirm public policies and also to attract investments of these public policies. And then one of the things that we normally use as a term, the ecosystemic services. Now we are using this uh, term also for the contribution of nature for human beings. We need to think if what we are seeing as a strategy is really an ecosystemic service, if these concepts they uh, are really, and you mentioned that we need data, yet we need to define what are the concepts that we need to define in all the areas we have. One of the things that really calls our attention is in Danilo's speech, many of the times we think on beehive uh, rental as a friendly practice. Is it really friendly? And situations that will maintain that pollinator in the area. So I believe our interaction, other than making this information exchange, we need to establish knowledge so that all the areas they can learn. And let's go to Tiago. Tiago, we understand that the conservation of the ecosystemic services, and then we are talking about the pollination services, is essential for the human beings. And the evaluation of this service shows that this service is moving a lot of money. Is there any threat to this service? And we know that the climate change is a problem that we have with us. And how can we relate climate change and other threat with the pollination service and the business models? Good morning, everyone. Those who are online as well. First of all, I'd like to thank for the invitation, congratulate GIZ for this negotiation, the Ministry of Environment. It is very nice to be here and to have spaces to work, to talk, and have the different considerations that we have. It can be from the academia or the other situations, or from colleagues of South America, from Peru, and the representatives from Mexico, in private sector, because I think the challenge to be here is very big. It is colossal in the capital that's involved in the threat of loss of biodiversity that inherently increase the fuel that we have as the climate crisis, and they are correlated. And we cannot just look at one without looking at the other. I would like to start by making a overview of how the NDPO has acted with finances and how these dialogues with this question of threats. And nowadays I work in the funding part from NDPO. And nowadays we have some performances that are very close to the Brazilian government, specific with the Ministry of Economy, MCCI, that look at the construction of the Brazilian strategy of biodiversity by building the EPUB and its action plans, specifically led by the Ministry of Economy of Environment. And we also work with the ecological transformation, with the transformation of chapters for the diesel program from bioeconomy, specifically in the chapter of financial tools and other fronts, including the implementation of a pilot of the Pirarucu from payment with environmental services payment. That is something that is important that we have to look as a whole. We are trying to look at it in the Amazon, how we can handle Pirarucu with as a traditional activity, and how this can be maintained in its own condition of traditional activity by maintaining its own traditional life.
And at the same time, building a mechanism that is strong enough to maintain itself stable, financially stable, to develop supply chains, business supply chains that can get to the point in which Danilo is going to be investing in them, but also making these innovations happen in the territory itself with not necessarily needing an Israeli company offering this technology here. When we talk about pollination specifically, Danilo has very fast passed on the data of 43 millions a year on the impact that pollination has on the productive capacity of the country. And I would just like to add on the data that Danilo brought. He mentioned soy and coffee, but we also have corresponding to 80% of this 43 million total soy, coffee, orange, and apples. We are talking about food capacity of the Brazilians. And I'm not discussing how Brazil has lost land to produce rice and beans in the last 10 years of this process. But when we look at pollination, we are thinking about a threat that can in very few time not only take away the chocolate from our table but also impact our diet categorically. We are talking about a country that has left the hunger map 2 years ago. And obviously, Brazil is not the only impacted inside South America and Latin America when we talk about pollination services. So, the first threat, Karina, is this one. Whether we protect pollination or we'll have a diet that is drastically worse within the country. But at the same time, and as you have mentioned, biodiversity credits, which is one of the supporting mechanisms that we have in the Ministry of Environment, trying to design how this first designs will be like, how this first demands that are generated for the government on the reconstruction of habitats, on the reconstruction of pollinators. When I look at these new topics, these new instruments that come up, it's always a duality, a very delicate duality on how to navigate this process because I feel like Danilo puts here categorically the exposition that we have interest in the market, we have a productive impact that is very clear for the farmers, including family farmers, but this is the same place. This is the same financial incentive that has transformed acai in a monoculture in Pará. We left an
20. I thank for your support to start. And we follow with our international seminar. And in this opportunity, I want to invite our speaker, Mrs. Anna Willingford. She's a executive director in science and innovation from Tandem Global. She leads the scientific strategy in development for the companies to generate its own contacts, impacts for the nature and to strengthen the resiliency of their operation and supply chain. It will direct this uh, WVHF global service that will recognize the conservation actions for the biodiversity in the operational terrains and operational actions. It counts on 20 years of experience in conservation and in sustainable funding and cooperation with the private sector in Latin America, North America, and Africa. It occupies some positions in the Natural Conservancy, the Inter-American Development Bank, and also the cooperation with GIZ. I thank you so much for your presence, and we welcome you for a great applause. She follows us with the speech new markets and supply chain for the recovery and maintenance for the pollination population. Thank you so much. More than anything, I would like to thank GIZ for the invitation. I would like also to start also by talking about the new markets and supply chain, how we can integrate the conservation of biodiversity in the opportunities of business as a strategy of competitivity, resiliency, and inversion. Before we jump into the subject, I would like to first ask a question to the public, to the audience, who has ever tried to take one bee out of your room? Two bees. Now imagine that somebody gets to a multinational headquarters. There is a beehive in the entrance of this building. What would be the first reaction? We celebrate the biodiversity. We make a party. No, we call the facilities, the maintenance, HR, somebody, and say we've got a problem here. And then there is the contradiction because we know the pollinators they are more than bees, but we also know the benefits they have with these animals. And but when they come closer to our space, our household or workspace, we have this way to think, to take them away of our space. Then there is this contradiction that we've gotta have them close to us to help, but at the same time far away, and that's what I want to ask you to reflect upon. For that, I would like to work over two specific questions for the companies. We have heard from the previous speeches what are the main financial mechanisms to scale the pollination projects and the biodiversity conservation, but I would like here to make a little more practical, and then I would like to work what moves company towards. integrating the biodiversity conservation in their own processes of decision making, of what decision to take. And for that, I would like to focus on four guide questions. Before that, I would like to also to show that when we talk about pollinators, we also talk about the agro sector because it is the sector that normally has the direct link with this. We talk about farm, fruits, coffee, cocoa, but never or not many times we think of a industry or electric substation or a or a ground plant. And then after my speech, I would like to ask you to think of these spaces when you think of pollinators because these are useful spaces where we can also make a habitat conservation and it will help us to conserve the pollinators. And these four guide questions is or what is incentivizing the company to invest in these operations? How can we recognize good practices? What makes this to be believable? And what can companies do beyond funding? And I will come back to this topic very soon. Soon, I would like also to start with the first question regarding what takes companies to invest in the biodiversity conservation and the pollinators. For me, there are several main forces: market regulation, risk, and opportunity. Market, because companies' operation and the investment will arrive in the market. Where the market goes, then the investment will go. So investors they really ask for this transparency in the tier 1, 2 or 3 regulation, and this is the European Union aspect that they are following more closely to provide companies to include conservation of biodiversity within their conservation. And here we have the CSRD or the deforestation EU regulation. So these are not only regulations that are mandatory, but we also have some frameworks that help companies to work with this conservation part, just as the FD that or voluntary frameworks that companies can apply to improve the inclusion of biodiversity, in which is the impact, the risks, and the opportunities and the dependencies. Risks. The risk of not taking any type of measure. What is the risk? Risk is that the biodiversity lack or the loss of biodiversity will make me have this operational risk as a big problem. And we have to reflect what the investment is and the ROI is. This is a biggest risk and we've gotta act above that. Then we have opportunity. And if I start by working with nature in my favor, I'll have many more possibilities and added value compared to my competitors, and I'll start by creating a sustainable value. With these four forces, will leverage a company to think on how I can include the conservation of nature and of pollinators. For me, then, conservation acquires more force when it's separated from many type of processes and decision making from companies. And this is where I will go more into detail because I need to know that if I start by working with a conservation measure, how can I make it be recognized, and how can I make that actions to have this added value compared to my competitors? This has a lot of different systems of certification, and I'll not get into all of them because it is a very extensive uh, line, and each one of them they have a different focus. And if we go to the Be Better Certified certification, it will certify this agriculture aspect and the floral aspect as well for the bees. We have also the Bee Friendly Farming certification that will cope with the relationship of agrochemics. We have the Rainforest Alliance as a wider certification that also includes some species, and the certification of Tandem Global, that is a certification of private companies' operations. So I would like also to mention that the certification is something that is a mechanism. It is not the value that I want to acquire. Outcome that I want to get is exchange of biodiversity. And with that, the certification can help me. Certification should not be seen as the final outcome. When we talk about certification, we need to talk about credibility. How can I make that my actions can be trustworthy? And this is to not count activities, but to count the changes I want to do. And this sensitive and this sample example, I will plant a cordon as an activity, and I have not done anything yet. I don't have any outcome yet. I've not done any specific change. And for that, I need to look and see what will this outcome be. What have I improved with my activity? And also, I need some evidence. I need to know the data, and I need to have evidence that can demonstrate this change. And have four characteristics of any intervention that are the ones that move the credibility. One is action needs to be meaningful, measurable, verifiable, and also everlasting. We know that without that, an action can be an isolated action without any change process. I would like to go into the actions that companies can get into. I would like also to uh, go into the agriculture part, and I know that we have other sectors, and I would like to reflect about them. We have a database that we have for this global certification, and we have worked with several companies, and then we can ask what are the projects of companies that work with pollinators. Globally, we have over 145 projects with 44 companies that work in implementing pollination projects. Most interesting part are the data that we see here, which are the rates of these new groups. Over 35% of them already report the projects monitoring externally. 72% work with all the different organizations, actors out of the company. Can be the local community, the governmental actors that have these projects. And 74% of these projects are not isolated. These are projects for the conservation plan from the state or some planification system of conservation. We have in South America 18 projects that we have in Brazil, Mexico, and Argentina. When I talk about companies, these are the companies that we work with. like General Motors, Bayer, Coviad. These are companies that come from several sectors, from cars, mining, and we work with them. They are putting into practice many of the pollination projects that they know and they value a lot. We see that pollination topic is not only a agriculture topic, it's a cross-cutting topic that the companies from their own sector they are doing something. As my colleague said before, sometimes these are some activities, but by summing some activities, we have a bigger impact. I would like only to give you two examples. First, I have an example of Scotland, Scottish Power Company, in their electric substations. They use the surrounding territories of their electric power plants to be turned them into floral habitats for wildflowers. So they could have native bees migration. They started making some biological holes under the sub electric stations, and this is a way that these companies are using the terrain to conserve the habitats and to do what it's important to do, which is to administrate the energy. And CRH is a small project that was done to enable the habitat and has already won some of the awards of certification. These are some examples showing that conservation can be done in projects, companies of infrastructure, operational projects, industry, and this management can also happen every day. I say then that companies they have much more than money. When we talk about companies, we have to think what the company can provide me as in money, but the company has much more than finance. It has terrain, has workforce, and that can be used for educational programs, for monitoring, and etc. It has the purchase power because for each purchase that they have tenders, this company can be including conservation criteria, biodiversity criteria, and pollinator criteria as well. This is an interesting change within the company. We have the relationship with the other actors, the operations. Their operations can be reduced to pesticides and other harmful practices, and they have also data. They have know-how, the database, and they have ability in technical terms. So how can we come from funding to really change operation and decision making? We have to see where we can scale, and we can scale in the site, supply chain, in the business part. So the last one is the most important one because at the end of the day, one company can really start it within its own fence, but nature doesn't have a fence. It always has a focus on the territory, and we can only start working when we have a collective impact. So in the end, what is the most important part is to convert what I'm doing to a value. This starts with a sign. I recognize the sign of market, what the regulations are. I go into an action within the company. I have the evidence, and then I am generating value, financial value, which is a come back to my investment, and also using my I'm diminishing my risk by increasing the resiliency, credibility, I'm increasing the impacts over the biodiversity outcomes. So if I talk about how to certify all of this, certification is a bridge to that. It is not the destination, but it's to think how I can create value to companies so they can work on what conservation is for biodiversity. I would like to go back to the first example I had before from the three different spaces. First is one industrial installation, the substation, electric substation, and a asphalt plant. And then I see that this also has utility for what we forecast. And then I would like to leave three messages. One is nature is already in the business. Nowadays, there is no company that cannot talk to minimally to any type of conservation. What we have to do is from company to company is the level that we are influencing to make some analysis to the dependence, opportunities, and risks. Second, companies they have many more leverages than what we believe. So they not only have the funding, they have terrain, employees, and many internal processes that can be created by the conservation part. Credibility as well is in the change. So in the end, I need to change process of decision making from the company. This is the most important part that I would like to leave as a message. At the end of this, we need to leave from making specific projects to nature, to taking better decisions with nature in mind. For that, I would like to go back to image from these bees, the bees colonies invading the space of work because it's not only about facilities, but how we can improve this relationship between human being and nature. Because in this first session we had discussion and how we can share this space. Because this is what is the most meaningful part by sharing the space in a way that it's generating value to nature and for us. I stay here for some questions and thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mrs. Hannah. And she's very motivated. We are very motivated for the questions. We have a space to provide pass the floor to two people, maximum three. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the presentation. One question or one direct consultation. You mentioned that there are different projects. If you done any implementation of this work in which the so some companies if they have internalized the visibility with of the accomplishment of some of these sustainable development goals. Yes, some of actually the majority of the interventions in our case, because if you are mentioning the projects certified by WWAHX that we have in tandem, and I can respond for this certification that the standard that we have in this certification is, and the targets are related to the different goals and existing frameworks. So if you have how they can be aligned with the different frameworks, you can take them into consideration. You all know that this is another conversation we had in the panels, how hard it is to have a metric or a common indicator to measure the conservation of biodiversity. That's why we have several standards or different certifications because they'll have their own indicator or metric. So they align within what was or were the goals or these practices, and they should be aligned with the metrics and indicators that are coming out of the biodiversity framework. Hello, thank you so much for the exposure. I am Omar from Peru. I would like to ask you, you've given examples of companies that have done environmental actions. Do you know any example or of companies that actions they have actions out of their operation for a regulation, for example, if they have compensations? Because there could be a possibility to work there. We have some conservation areas or biodiversity areas, etc. Examples we have here are different from the compensation projects. These compensation projects, they are normally mandatory. These projects are normally on a voluntary basis, and then company normally they have it in the strategy, and it needs to create some environment for the employees or something of the type. And these projects they are sometimes subjacent to the um, operations they have. Some of these projects they are outside of the operations because companies they are owners of the territory. Because company for some reason is recovering a mine, for example, or they are operating on it, or is making a restoration project that's very strong and it's out of the operation. In this case, it can also happen. So the Mexico group that is a big Mexican mining has a project for grain wolf for the reintegration of this animal in the national park. There is this example of projects that are not only for pollinators but also are out of the operation environment. We leave with this last applause and we thank you and invite you for. I think you can stay here. Well, so I'll introduce our next moderator. We'll welcome Mrs. Carolina Hernandez. She is from GIZ Mexico, a specialist in biodiversity, sustainability, and international cooperation. She nowadays makes part of the technical team from GIZ Mexico. She has a master's degree in agribusiness management and sustainable markets, and she counts on experience on the project implementation for conservation implementation on public policies, supply chain, and the financial instruments. We coordinated some dialogue processes, private sector, academia, civil society to promote some productive systems that are resilient. We also welcome them with this applause. Please go ahead. Thank you so much for this space. I would like to, well, I'll try to speak slowly and thank you so much for the welcoming part. And thank you so much, Anna, uh, for this presentation. We have provided us these targets of uh, for the companies to integrate some conservation practices. At the same time, they are competitive. I'll provide the welcoming to the panelists. We have two in this virtuality. I start with Lucas Garibaldi from, and let's see if he is online. He's from the CONICET Rio Negro National University. Lucas is almost from our house. Polilac is his house, original project, and now he is following us up on the virtuality, and he's CONICET representative and director of the Investigation Institute of Development for the Rural Areas, and he is a regular professor in the University of Rio Negro. 2025, he was named a number academic in the Argentine Academy of the Environment, and this is a honor title that is autogated to the professionals that are highlighted in their path to the sustainability in the environmental law and the ecological sciences. And other than that, he also has in practice the fact that he's a designer for the technological solutions and landscaping designs for multifunctionalities and also for the functionality of bees. Thank you so much and welcome, Lucas. Online, we also have Ivan Mena. If we can introduce him here and the screen.
Can you see the screen? Okay. Ivan is an economist and has a master's degree in public management, and he's been directing from the Ministry of Development, Agricultural Development in Peru. He has helped producers to have finance support with the program for revitalization of coffee and cacao with agriculture systems. He's been also facing uh, initiatives for risk management and climate risks. And finally, we have here Renato Ramallo. Welcome. If you can please come up stage. Renato Ramallo is the executive director and social founder of Capital. He's licensed in company management by the University of São Paulo. He has the master's in economy from the Getúlio Vargas Foundation and a certification for the Brazilian Association Financial Identities in Agriculture Management. He is in the banking sector, and for over 10 years he's been an important supporter for these financial programs here in Brazil. Thank you so much for having us, being with us here today. And with this excellent team, what we want is to think about strategies and opportunities that the companies have to integrate diversity in the competitiveness. I will begin with these opportunities virtually with Lucas Garibaldi so that he can tell us about some of the actions and applications of innovation that a country and agribusiness can start to incorporate in their practices, in their operations, and also in the supply chains. And if they want to start those practices, which one have the more potential and where they can start it from. Yes, please can follow up. Hello, Carolina and everyone here present today. Can you hear me well? Perfect. Yes. Well, we have been discussing a lot on habitats as we are dealing with the management of many different types of animals. We want to promote diversity and we need to think on the animals that are extinct as well. So it's clear for us that we need to learn In the same way, the management for cultivation, we also have to manage habitats. And in particular, of course, we have to monitor these habitats in the rural ambit and in many part of the world. We are forming natural habitats. And in this sense, we work very strongly with the redesign of the systems based on ecological principles. And this can have a framework that is bigger in this transition, thinking of the agribusiness. We could categorize it in three dimensions. One of them is efficiency, basically trying to be more efficient, thinking on the technology that is out there. For example, the use of drones in agriculture. But this topic is still on development. And the second aspect would be the deadline, the inputs in the last decades, and we can see the biological inputs and chemical inputs. And without a doubt, to apply those benefits, and we have seen this happening over and over again. So this aspect that we have been working on is the redesign of those systems based on ecological principles. And we have concentrated and designed in the rural establishments in a way that we manage lots or parcels, microenvironments, in a way that we have a planification for this biodiversity on crops. And we also are thinking about the coordination that connect parts of the security and food systems. We have been doing activities in Paraguay and mainly in Argentina with 18 agribusinesses. And well, as was said previously, these companies, they have a motivation that was commented, but at the end, these companies, they start to progress in this matter. That represents around 6,000 hectares, and 3,000 of those were recovered. And in the same way, you can work on the basis for the redesign of 300,000 hectares and how that affects over 2 million people. So, ever since the point of view based on these ecological principles and also the management of the habitats. Thank you, Lucas. And now we will continue thinking about the funds, can they come, private and public funds. And we will also be going on virtually with the director of agrarian financing in Peru, so that he can discuss and talk to us about what happens in Peru and what is the drive to foment this conservation ever since the government, the public policies, what incentives, whether fiscal or financial funding incentives, how can the companies get to put those practice into action? Thank you so much for the invite. Good morning, everyone that are on the event in person, and also the ones that are here listening to us online. Regarding the public policies, We have different instruments that have the goal for the conserving the pollinators in the territories. But we can also see something very concrete, as we have been seeing. How can the companies that have elected this business incorporate these mechanisms and also the interaction with the local territories? Having all of the services that is listed, thinking about all of the different sectors. So we have the participation for the social educational services as well. And we take advantage of this space to incorporate these concepts, and this is fundamentals so that these institutions can continue their development thinking about the conservation. So this exercise of this coordination exercise with the public policies and the local government happens in the territories. Thinking about the conditions so that we have a bigger immersion on these activities and the conservation of these pollinators. I feel like we have three fundamental matters. The first is the access to information. Some companies, they only allow to be published some conservation practices, but I feel like this needs to be amplified. How can we communicate to all the public, to all the industry, the financial industry, and the exposition of those who have the certificates? We are discussing here in Peru, for example, how can we generate a national standard in which the producers have this organic certification for the producer, for example, of coffee, cacao, and other agricultural crops. So this is fundamental. And what public policy are we going to develop from this to make sure we take on some incentives? And here, for example, maybe one of the things that is most known in Peru within the good practices of conservation, one of the fundamental things would be to ensure some financial incentives from the state to identify the potential beneficiaries. The second element for the public policies that I feel like is important to mention is for the risk management. We need to incorporate sustainability actions as it is a very sensitive thing to do. It is very sensitive for smaller establishments as well who wants to profit on the conservation as well. So this is something implicit in this activity, but we can conclude it. So having another element that is added to this is insurance. How can an insurance, in this case, an insurance that is linked to the conservation of the pollinators, incorporated within the financial system, how can this be clear to attend to the access for the capital? The third element now, I was mentioning information and risk management, and now we need to think on the public policies and proportionality. It's something very important for funding, and we are trying to incorporate this transition, the agriculture transition, and other regional elements that are going to increase our productivity. And these regional elements are precisely involved with conservation. So the sources of financing in the state board and the international board. So it's important for us to incorporate information that we have regarding this. It's important for us to have finance documents in the state incorporated in the conservation topic. and maybe we can discuss this further. But we have begun with an instrument that would be to incentivize these agri-systems in the crops of coffee and cacao. And for this is fundamental for us to have a system base, not only ecological base, but also thinking about the protection and conservation of the pollinators. This is a little bit of what I wanted to comment. You need to think about information, you need to think about the risks, and finally, how to mobilize since the state and the board instruments that allow us to adopt those practices, promoting the funding as well. Hello? Yes, it's working. Thank you so much, Shiva. And now we're back to the room with Renato Hamalo. We were talking previously on the importance of technology innovation to generate solutions based on nature, and this being scalable, and what the importance of the role of the countries and the companies to accelerate the resources of these conditions that allow us to scale and reply these processes for conservation. And as you have seen in your portfolio, we can see investments tied to the circular economy, agriculture economy, and things we were discussing. Well, pass the floor to you. Thank you, Carolina. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invite. I am going to be using some examples of what we do in Capital. Danilo, that was here with you previously today, talked about our initiative in nature and climate. And we, in fact, have in the last 6, 7 years dedicated ourselves to the Amazonic region. And so, how do we build an investment thesis in the size in a country of the size of Brazil? The Amazon influence is almost 40% of the Brazilian territory. It's a lot of area. I don't need to explain this to you. We have 30, 40 million of Brazilians under the scope of the trees. So you have local market, local capital. We have traditional knowledge available with the knowledge on the forest and biodiversity. This is maybe one of the biggest libraries on biodiversity of the country, of the world. And in the point of view of investments, when you start to list those assets, you will also list a series of challenges. You have a human capital that needs to be formed. You have logistic difficulties, challenges, especially due climate risk. It's a region with a lot of rivers, so in the drought period you have and difficulty in transportation, connectivity, and so on. But all of this combination of assets, available assets, geographic, human capital, versus those challenges, I joke that this is a playground for the investor in innovation. Innovation only happens when we have challenges, things to be solved, and without that we don't have innovation and we don't have investment. And what we understand as something critical, what we understand as one of the main levers for the preservation, is the local entrepreneurship. If I generate income, if I generate life quality for this community, for the riverside communities, a biotechnology company that is more connected to the forest, if I do this economically feasible, I am necessarily keeping the forest standing, so I am fulfilling my role of keeping the biodiversity, but I'm not discussing only about those who those who live it there, but just out of curiosity, I raise bees. Do anyone else does that here? Well, our work as an investor is to try to understand from this biome and take it to different sectors, to the agri sector of Brazil, but the Amazon region has cauterized a lot, and we are restricted to the Brazilian territory, and not only to the Brazilian territory, thinking about the Amazon region. So we understand that entrepreneurship is a leverage that is needed for us to reach these people in the region, and this will naturally maintain the forest standing, as this forest standing is one of the main revenue income sources, and so on and so on. And not only the entrepreneurship, but rather technological entrepreneurship. As Danilo has mentioned, one of the companies I ages, we produce from molecules of the Amazon, and I understand that the raw material comes from the forest that is standing. So if I don't have this forest being taken care of by the impact indicators, this is a fund of impact, formally speaking. So I have to measure the income, the hectares that are protected, these molecules in the Amazon, and if I destroy this, my investment is over. So for us, it's not only necessarily the capsule that is being sold in a pharmacy of Sao Paulo, but rather the raw material that needs to be preserved and all of the people involved in the supply chain. So entrepreneurship to us is one of the main leverages for preserving fauna, flora, and biodiversity. And we pass the floor now to Nana. You were thinking about that the companies being in the territories, they are one of the main stakeholders. They impact at landscape level. And besides from financing, funding, what other enabling conditions are needed so that these companies can transit the biodiversity linked market of values? Thank you, Carolina. And as was mentioned previously to me, we need to think in a landscape scale to all of interactions with nature. So in the company, we first have to think about it as a whole, not only the sustainability team. When we start talking with the company, we need to talk with the teams for sustainability, the teams for finance, licitation teams, regulation teams, as they need to be representative of the operations as such. And knowing the barriers and challenges, we need to have all the stakeholders talking at the table. The stakeholders need to be the representatives of the community. They should be the representatives of the public sector. And as Ivan has said, the representatives of the companies, the insurance companies, they have a role on how to scale up this impact. But I believe there are some features in the practice that we need to keep in mind. All of the stakeholders, they have one goal in common. So we cannot have this company with a goal, the community with a different goal. No, we need to have a common goal to move conservation. We also need to have data that are comparable and shared data. So the company can not only have this data and not make it public and not share it with the different stakeholders. They need to have this data measuring and sharing, and also having this the shared monitoring process. And we also need a mechanism for coordination in the market, as we know how hard it is for the different stakeholders to work together and dialogue if there is no mechanism to coordinate that is established in a governance system. And another thing fundamental is to name the roles. Many times we have the same goal, but we end up duplifying efforts or thinking if someone is going to do an activity but it's not their responsibility. We need to have the roles and the responsibilities of the stakeholders very clear. And with this, together with this, I feel like we can scale up and we can think of a collective action that has much more impact, because if we go trying to each one of us, then if we go to each one of us improve the level of conservation by ourselves. And now on the second part, so that each one of you in 1 minute can share. This is a recommendation, a specific recommendation that you would give to a company to transit the sustainability in its markets. So we start with Lucas Garibaldi, and then we will follow up the same order. I believe being able to redefine the processes, the productive processes based on ecological matters is a big focus that we must have in the cropped place, in the lot, and it will depend on what we do in a general landscape and be able to look at this landscape. We need to promote it, multiple services. Ivan, if you could. 1 minute. Well, I feel like it was probably mentioned about the information that was presented in the actions that we have to conserving the pollinators, and that this information can be shared, and then after sharing it to be validated, to generate a register that is important for those companies that fulfill this role in the conservation of pollinators and the landscape as well. Maybe something that has the most impact regarding the information that we need. And also the financing and insurance. If we have this information, they can come after this point. So I feel like generating this space for public policies, this is an element that is very important in the environment. And we have around 3,000 companies submitted to this process for new funding. I feel like this is very important to share information, make this information available in order for it to generate more resources for the conservation of the pollinators. Thank you. Go, Renato. I feel like what was said about orchestrating things, it's an important message. We have been participating in a lot of these forums, including Brazil, and in many times each people is in their specific branch doing whatever they can in the best way possible, but we have a difficulty to seek this synergy. These events are very important for us to orchestrate ourselves, for us to speak the same language, to have the same taxonomy on these initiatives. So in an area, especially a territorial area in Brazil, something that concerns us a lot. As the initiatives get lost, we lose political power, and many times we don't have the ability to do what needs to be done. And many times, this economic way, much of what we are thinking to do needs the capital investment. I have a bit of capital, she has a bit of capital, and these three capitals separated, they don't have the same strength as than if we were working together. So this is the message that I wanted to leave you with. Let's talk more, let's exchange experience and knowledge. This is an important message, I feel like. Excellent. And now you, Anna. Well, I believe that the important thing at company level is how to change the intervention in the company, thinking that we have goals and a global framework for 2030. We have 4 years There's not a lot when we think about conservation, but one of the factors that we have seen is working directly with the companies is to exchange this the mind of the CEOs of the company. We change the minds of the executives. We want them to understand the message. We want them to understand that it's important to invest in conservation. And with this, it it starts to become a strategy in the company, and it starts to become a part of the decision making process. It will be really part of the core of the company. And I believe, like in the next years, we need to convince the big companies, the big executives, that they need to do something for the conservation in the productions. Yes, in the next seminars, we will have the CEOs linked to these polylac processes. And now we will follow up with the message before going to the Q&A session. It's clear that we have strategies and opportunities that the companies do nowadays, and these we can see through certifications. But thinking about the agro world, it's important for us to visualize the landscape level, to think on the design opportunities for productive systems that we have that not only benefit the system itself, but the landscape. And we also talked about the information. If it's important to share information between the certification systems, the decision makers, and the companies themselves, so that they can make the best decisions for the territories. And this combined with with what Renata commented, the importance to share this information and knowledge, thinking about what is already working, and also sharing resources, the importance of mixed funding, for example. And at last, the governance in the territories and the municipality level, national level, regional level. But we need to build and strengthen these governance systems that allow us to take good decisions, thinking of this short timeline that we have for 4 years. And with this, we wrap this first part of the panel. And I thank you for the floor. Thank you so much. It was very valuable to hear each one of you. And we have many questions here. So please go ahead. Thank you so much for the presentations. My name is Kleber Santos from the Ministry of Agriculture in Brazil. I will be speaking in Portuguese to pass on my idea better. Thinking about rural insurance, we see rural insurance not only as an instrument to cover losses, productivity losses due to drought periods or many other factors that can happen, but maybe mainly as an instrument for risk management. In many crops, especially the fruit crops, they depend a lot on pollination. This is well seen in the biography we have. So my question is, how can we work the rural insurance as a tool for risk management for the farmer, thinking about the complexity, the environmental complexity, all of the biodiversity as a benefit for the farmer, the producer that promotes good practices that are favorable to pollination. This is an idea, and if you know any concrete cases for rural insurances in order for us to try and advance in this line. I'm not sure if I passed on my message properly. Thank you. I will try to contribute, but this is a long discussion. Because, in a certain way, the subsidized money for the Safra plan, you take a little bit of the potence for the insurance. Maybe if we didn't have the Safra plan, we could have more insurance for the financial incentives. You give a new price for a new market to happen. I feel like in Brazil, if I'm wrong, Less than 10% of the production has insurance. The United States, we have 95%. The market, a liquid market, in the point of view of insurance. And some issues regarding this, we might have less climate information. I'm not just talking about climate risks on infrastructure, but we might have less information in Brazil than in the state of Florida. So to precify the risks in a insurance policy is one thing, but you cannot precify uncertainty. You cannot know if an area is going to be flooded or not. The insurance policy says, no, I'm not going to do that. And now I feel like Brazil, in the same way that it is very poor in the point of view of insurance, is a market that should be developed way more than it is. But we have a model of supporting the needed information for the agro price, no matter with the crop. This could be sophisticated in a way that the price of a carbon can bring this within it. So you start to give value to a biodiversity that is preserved, and there within this process you have the pollination and so on. Well, I personally enjoy this talk, but it is a very long talk. We have a high deficiency of such cases here in Brazil. Thank you so much. I can see that our virtual invitee has raised his hand. I'm not sure if he wants to share something on the question. Would you like to say something, Ivan? Yes. If I could very quickly share something, I feel like we have two pathways to incentivize this agro insurances and good practices for conservation. We had a scheme for insurances and this insurance adoptance in the mechanisms, for example, co-financing mechanisms in which the producer that wants an insurance is presented with one of the security systems, puts a percentage. But and thinking about the conservation practices related to the pollinators, for example, having an incentive with the different coverage. This is a way to incentivize the insurance systems, thinking about the results that we have in agriculture and conservation practices. In the second way that we think about promoting this insurance is to incentivize these operations to be having entrepreneurships, businesses being done that are related to the conservation of the pollinators, introducing it in the main business. And the discussion gets deeper as there's nothing that specific. And at this moment, we are thinking about this interaction between the insurance companies, the conservation stakeholders, and for this process, we need to think about the protection of the system. We need to think about the risks when exposed to danger, and this can be done with a lot of research so we can ensure this product for financing. Thinking about how the state intervenes with the schemes for good practices of conservation and the adoption of insurance. And the second thing would be an insurance itself to promote the conservation of pollinators as a business. Thank you so much. Well, we have space for more two questions. Well, I was thinking about the concept that we have of a company. When we talk about company, we imagine big companies that tribute, that move capital. But in countries like Peru, 70% of the economy are from smaller, informal businesses, companies that we might not know their size of the capital and so on. So my question is, in these smaller informal companies, how can we have these initiatives on the pollination? My question is, what strategies can this serve as a stimuli to formalize this process as a tool so that these smaller informal companies can get formal and they can enter the system from this? This is if there's an initiative that you might know referring to this. Yes, uh, maybe thinking about this case that the certification could help. So, in the moment that we have informal companies, we could be thinking about adapting a standard and certifying the production of what the company is doing. So, I believe that this is a great idea. And one of the mechanisms that we could be looking at is a certification to support the smaller informal companies to be more aligned with this process. I feel like to try and help to answer this, I feel like we need a financial incentive. I don't want to sound too capitalistic, but if the certification turns into added value in the smaller business, in the product, in the service, in the hotel, in anyway, if this has a possibility to become a business from a certification, thinking about selling and targeting an audience that it wouldn't normally target, I feel like from this you can take the smaller and medium businesses to invest as it's worth it. Yes, and maybe having the demand. We need to think about the demand. If there is a strong demand for these types of products, these types of different products with an additional value. So, simply thinking of standardizing the companies, if there is no demand in the market, it's not going to be developed very well. So we know that we need to know if there is the demand and the offer. We need to know, and we need to work on the both sides. And as the colleague said, the financial the financial drive is something that we need to think about. Yes, I feel like the new generation, my children, for example, he says that they can say, oh, there is an aggregated value in this. So we can take advantage of that, of the new generation, to think about the certification, how we can aggregate more value. Thank you so much. We have space for two more questions. If anyone else wants to add a question, a reflection, a comment regarding to what our panelists have spoken about. Well, so we have nothing left but to send out a big hug to our panelists, and we invite you to go downstage and take your seats. Oh, but first, the photo. We would like to take a photo, please. The virtual invitees, give us a smile. You'll be photographed. Please keep your smiles. We are here at the room with paparazzi registering this panel. There we have it. Now you go. There we go. Thank you so much. We thank our panelists, our virtual panelists as well, and our in person panelists. And well, how are you today in this morning? Right now, we are doing very well on time. We were able to fulfill with our agenda so far. We are right now at noon and 35, and we will have a break. And the food team is preparing, and we can now take advantage of this moment to answer emails, have network, wait for us to be ready with everything that the food team needs, and 2 o'clock we will be ready to go back. We will be calling you before so that you can enjoy this break. And please exchange these ideas between you so you can take the most of the second day. Thank you so much. Well, we will begin our journey in the afternoon. We thank all of you that's here with us with the needed energy so that we can begin. This afternoon, I want to give you the warmest welcome to our magistral speaker, Otávio Carrasquilha de Cas, an expert on financing mechanisms, environmental management, biodiversity, and climate change for over 25 years of experience in this sector. He's worked as a consultant in many countries as Panama, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, Haiti, Suriname, and worked at FAO, FSCC, USA, Rainforest Alliance, and WWF. Currently, he's been working for over 13 years on the management and technical assessoring, advising on biodiversity and climate. I'm in He's coordinating and foreseeing the majority of the countries between Argentina, Brazil, Barbados, Colombia, Chile, Costa Rica, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Dominican Republic, Uruguay, and Venezuela. He's been participating in events throughout Latin America and Europe, and he has over 60 publishings in international magazines. And this afternoon, he will be talking about the efficiency of financial mechanism for the conservation and protection of pollinator insects from agricultures, farmers, and traditional communities. And that being said, we give you a warm welcome. Good afternoon, Octavio. Can you hear us well? Can we test your sound as we are virtually here? Now we cannot hear you, but we can see you. Now we can hear you. There you go. Welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank this event for the opportunity, everyone for inviting me. And as we are here in Brazil, I'll be presenting in Portuguese. I am sharing my screen. Please let me know if you can see it. Yes, now we can see your screen. Perfect. Good afternoon. I would like to thank the invitation, the invite done by you to participate in this event. The first question is very simple. Thinking about the protection for the pollinators, the finances, and ensuring the access. Sorry, doctor, we cannot hear you properly. Doctor, sorry. Could you please put your. Now we can hear you. Perfect. Perfect. If you could maintain it like this. Yes, now we can hear you. Yes.
Yo los escucho. El tema es que tengo en el audio, la traducción, están haciendo al español. Si me la
I
cortan,
have an
le
audio
agradecería.
here on the Spanish translation. If you
Sí,
can cut the translation for me.
eh,
on my end.
Minha tese é que proteger
Well, my
polinizadores
thesis
não
is that
significa
the protecting
financiar
pollinators
polinizadores,
is
sem
not
financiar
just
financiar
merely an
ecológica,
activity, but rather
os
financing the
polinizadores
ecological
fazem
functionality of the
parte de uma
landscape.
rede
The
de
pollinators are part
florestas
of
na
a
floresta,
network
como a
of
indústria de
forests
mineração, corredores
and
ecológicos,
vegetation,
áreas de restauração de
ecological
sistemas biológicos.
corridors, and areas for
Quando essa rede funciona,
reproduction.
ela
And
sustenta a
when this network
produção
is
e
working, it
reduz a
sustains the
vulnerabilidade.
production.
Quando se fragmenta,
And
o
when it's
custo aparece
fragmented,
em
the
menor
costs
regeneração,
show up
menor estabilidade
la-
produtiva e maior
in
exposição a
smaller
riscos
scale.
climáticos. Por isso, o
And that's
financiamento
why
não
the
se limita
funding should
apenas
not
à
recognize
presença de uma
only
espécie
the
no ambiente,
presence of a
como também a
species,
capacidade da
of a
propriedade.
practice within the
Ele é
property, but rather
considera
recognize
uma
the
rede política
territorial
de
function that
polinização ao longo
maintains
do
the
tempo.
service of pollination throughout time.
Essa função territorial pode ser
This
exemplificada com quatro
territorial
conexões
function
muito
can be
concretas.
seen
A primeira
in
conexão
four
é a
connections that are
regeneração
very
natural.
concrete. The
A
first one is natural
reprodução das plantas
regeneration.
depende da
The
polinização,
reproduction of
porque
many
ela tem
plants
a capacidade de
depends on it,
inovação dos ecossistemas.
and
A
the
segunda
ability of
é
renovation
a
in the
conectividade.
ecosystems.
Os
The second one
polinizadores
is
se deslocam
connectivity.
entre
The pollinators
remanescentes,
dislocate
corredores,
themselves in
áreas
corridors,
restauradas e cultivos,
restored areas,
criando espaços que no mapa
and they
podem
connect
parecer separados.
spaces that can look
A
separate in
terceira
the maps.
conexão é
The
o
third connection
produtivo. Sistemas
is the
florestais,
production connection.
agroflorestais e agrícolas dependem
Forest
do
systems,
sistema
agroforest
desse
systems,
sistema.
and
E a
agro
quarta
systems, they
conexão
depend on the
é o
service.
bem-estar,
And the
segurança
fourth connection
alimentar
is on
e cultural,
welfare,
e
food
resiliência climática.
security,
Em outras
income, rural
palavras,
income,
a
and
agricultura
climate
envolve
resilience.
processos
In other
ecológicos que
words,
ultrapassam o
we
simples
have
resultado
ecological
ambiental.
processes that go from
Este tem
this,
uma consequência financeira importante. O
and we
benefício é
have
territorial. Não
a
podemos
consequence that
esperar
is
que um produtor
important.
individual suma
We
somente
cannot
tudo em custos de
have an
conservação.
individual
Precisamos muito mais
summing up all
de
of
um
the costs, but we
investimento
need
na
to
produção,
distribute the
comunidades,
resources in
instituições financeiras,
municipalities, communities,
governos,
financial institutions,
universidades e
government,
ecosistemas.
and supply
Essa
chains.
interdependência é
This
ponto de
type of
conexão entre agenda
dependence is
ambiental
the
e
point
agenda
of
financeira.
connection
Conservar a
between the
paisagem
environmental agenda and the
é a parte
financial
econômica
agenda,
da
and
produção.
preserve this also protects
Há pelo
production.
menos três
We
barreiras.
have at
A
least
primeira
six
é a
barriers on this.
invisibilidade,
The
que
first one
permite a
is
polinização
invisibility. The
quase
service
nunca
of
aparecer de forma
pollination
explícita
almost
na análise de
never
critério.
shows up
A
in an
barreira
explicit way in the
econômica
credit
baseia em
analysis.
capacidade de
We
pagamento, mas
evaluate
não
incomes
trabalha
and
com a mesma
capacities,
clareza como
but
potência
not
de
really with
produção,
the same
geração e carga
clarity,
ecológica. A
thinking
segunda
about the
barreira
ecological
é a
landscape.
medição. Muitas
The second
instituições
barrier
percebem os
is the
resultados
measure.
ambientais como
We
complexos ou
see
caros
the
de executar.
ecological
Esse
results
receio é
as
legítimo,
complex
mas
and
pode ser
expensive.
enfrentado com
This
indicadores
can be faced
socioeconômicos,
with the indicators,
preservados,
thinking
conectividade
about
entre
the
áreas,
protected
restauração
habitats,
planeada,
the
redução
connectivity
de
between the
emissões de gases de
areas,
impacto,
the reduction of the
adoção de
inputs,
práticas
high impact
compatíveis com a
inputs, and
polinização.
the adoption of
A
practices
terceira
that are
barreira
compatible with
são as
pollination. The
garantias.
third barrier
Pequenos
are the
produtores,
insurances. Smaller
organizações
producers and
comunitárias e
organizations, community
empreendimentos
organizations,
sociobiodiversidade
social
nem
diversity
sempre têm
organizations not always
apetite para
have
arriscar o
enough
preço de inovador.
assets to
A quarta
access
é
this credit.
o custo da
The
transação.
fourth is the
Nem
cost of the
sempre tem recursos
transaction.
suficientes
We
para
not
caracterizar
always have enough
os
assets.
projetos dispersos
This
e
dispersed
inovadoros
projects
enfrentam
with
diferentes
high
capacidades de
costs,
execução.
they
Vários
have a
barreiras para
difficulty in the
preparar
management.
análise e
They
monitoreio.
cost more to
A quinta
prepare
barreira é a
and
assistência
analyze.
técnica.
The
Uma
fourth,
boa
the fifth
intervenção
barrier is
ambiental não
assistancy.
acontece de forma automática em um
We
projeto
do not
de soma
have
escala.
this as an
É
automatic
necessário
way. It's needed
desenhar
for us to
intervenções,
design interventions,
estimações, organizar
estimate
responsabilidades,
costs,
definir
organize costs,
responsabilidades e
define
acompanhar
responsibilities,
resultados.
and follow up the
Sem
results.
apoio, o risco
And without
percebido
this
permanece alto.
support, the
E a
risk
sexta
remains high.
barreira
And the sixth
é a
barrier
inclusão.
is the
Instrumentos
inclusion.
que
The
sofisticados
instruments,
podem excluir
they might
os atores
exclude
que concebem
some
e a gestão do
stakeholders.
capital, a linguagem
If the documentation, the language, or the financial channels are not compatible with the reality, women, indigenous peoples, and traditional communities, Quilombola communities, for example, and smaller producers, they are out of the fraction. These barriers, they matter, and we need to in, to have an awareness on the risk, increased risk. Bigger insurances exclude smaller projects, and it reduces the necessary scale for the costs. So we cannot only protect one point in the chain. The solution needs to align project preparation, financial analysis, risk reduction, monitoring, and local access. And so, one of the main challenges is not to ensure this process, but rather to translate this amount between insurances, indicators, financial flows, and what is needed to make the territory function. And this needs to get into the logic of an instrument, thinking of a territorial agriculture process. An isolated instrument does not work. We need to combine credit with incentives, payments with results, risk reduction mechanisms, and platforms that aggregate projects. And this is not only the property, but rather the territorial landscape with shared responsibilities and a sequel that is clear in the instruments. We start with the instruments that are closer to the rural decision, as the rural credit, for example. We try to make this whole process not become a maze. This process aims to conserve the vegetation and restore the floral corridors and degraded areas, to reduce agrochemicals of high impact, to adopt agroforest systems, mainly poniculture, and a management integrated of pests. Also applying good agricultural practices that are compatible with pollinators. Thinking about the technical structures, simple registration, and things that are produced by the local organizations themselves. And we also need to think on the environmental risks. We cannot ask on a small producer the same monitoring system of a big company. But the goal is that the credit recognizes and incentivizes this transition by linking better conditions in adopting the financing, improving the conditions as the producer shows its development. And so we have improvements coming from this process, allowing people to get to the higher standards, receiving support at the same time. But without the financial, we reduce these barriers. The principle is clear: credit with incentives, but and not with more barriers. And the pricing having bonus of tariffs or better conditions for those with verified adoption. And the deadline, the amort to align it to the cycles, the productive cycles and ecological cycles. In the risks, insurances, funds, a first loss, and it can help thinking about the territories and institutions. And on the capacity, the technical assistance needs to be financed, and proportional indicators need to be given to the producer. This rewards the transition and reduces the real risk of adding it something without any support. Only doing without any support only adds more risk to those smaller producers. And it allows us to think about the demands on the territories and thinking that the production chain does not stop us. We need to think about specific pathways for each public. The payment on environmental services can pay for these territorial benefits. And the payments on environmental services, the main question is, what are we paying for? The answer should not be only for the presence of the bees. The payment should be associated to ecological conditions that are measurable and sustain the transition. This includes to preserve habitats, to, to maintain the corridors, to restore the degraded areas, assuring the safety in certain times of the years. The results are more robust as they align with the punctuality and also paying on action, not on action, but rather on results. And we have to support the planning, management, local organizations, and throughout time, a bigger partner might depend on the verified maintenance of the agreed conditions. It's also important for us to define, additionally, an impermanence with reality, an instrument for those who already preserve, having without creating an incentive for degrading first and regenerating afterwards. Thinking on this time durability as well. We need to have something transparent and useful for the management. These indicators that are well picked are better than a complex system that no one can maintain. One, we repay an ecological function, and the governance of the payment also matters. The rules and regulations are understood by the participants and reviewed when had unexpected effects. An adaptive mechanism learns with the territories by the risks and maintain the trust between the benefactors, beneficiaries. And so we need to exchange these resources with different levels of risk.
Here is where this comes in the technical cooperation to prepare projects. The local abilities, the conditional resources that take part of the cost of entrance, development bank, local development bank, financial institutions, local financial institutions, structure of local canalization. These all help the risk of the portfolio to be protected so we can build better scale when you have a better support to have a better development. Also, we need to focus on the non um, time determined subsidies, prepare B, and comprove risks of outcomes of the additional efforts. And this way, we can focus on the small initiatives that can provide the possibility to get funding by your own. The concessional resources should absorb the initial risks and reduce the cost of entrance, found what the market's not as taking over, and offer new possibilities to the capital when the risk is more eradicated. And this needs a territorial structure, and this is something that I heard yesterday that connects the projects dispersed with the interventions. To that, platform should change a data layer with a governance cover, and the data should be tracked, and also should offer a warranty that the decisions should be taken not by the affected people. Nonetheless, the scale only has success if the resource gets to those who are on the landscape.
A inclusão não
Inclusion
substitui.
should not show up for this. It
E
should
deve ser
have the financial
indicadores para que seja compatível com
design
o
to
local,
share this with the
visando
local
agregar
ability, and then we
desenvolvimento
should add
cooperativo
some
às associações, cooperativas
possibilities to work
comunitárias
with
e às redes
um,
territoriais,
this
reduzindo o
person
custo do participante. Sendo
and
ampliar o acesso ao
widen the access to warranties,
cenários financeiros próximos,
and with the close possibilities also to ensure the governance in a participative way
povos indígenas,
with the indigenous, the young people, the Quilombola people,
monitorar a
and
equidade
monitor the
entre os
equity.
grupos em
And
ações
this should also be they take it over of these benefits and also the opportunities.
se não medirmos a
If we don't
distribuição
look at the distribution of these benefits, we can see this outcome and also
a desigualdade,
make the inequality aspect. The quality of this mechanism should be evaluated by the
observa
landscape
o quanto que as pessoas
and by the people that have been included.
metas que
Targets of degradation and the participation criteria.
metas desagregadas
Disaggregated the targets and the
devem
participation criteria should be defined
corrigir a exclusão
by the excursion regimes after the portfolio is formed because it's more expensive and sometimes too late.
a mensagem-chave é essa
Key message is this structure that can be summarized in one simple message.
por ter abelhas
We don't only pay
habitat
to have bees in the habitat
condições para que
with activity or the conditions to support this
essa
cause in the
não
agriculture, because this sentence changed the focus of one isolated article
gerar serviço
with the ability to generate value in the long term.
isso
But by doing that, you could have productivity
é uma
in the
mesma
experience over the same financial logic. This is the logic that makes the service
a
funded without reducing to a simplistic approach. And then I propose three interventions to have this analysis.
a primeira
First
é integrar
is integrate sample protection criteria to the forest credit
prazos adequados
as incentives and very proportional verification. Second is decision. You have to remunerate habitat connectiveness, restoration, and forest maintenance for the verifiable outcomes in a way that this implementation should be done in the proper way. The third decision is combine technical cooperation, concessionable resources, warranty, and capital to form the inclusive territorial portfolios. These decisions should include the credit of removal, the environmental services should remunerate the different levels of work by mitigating some risk. And as an immediate step, you can see that the public services, they can find some pilot territories with a common outcome, and they can structure a first wallet with the technical assistant in a first role. And with this simplicity, we can learn how to adjust this without losing the ecologic goal. With that, I go back to the main idea of this presentation. Funding pollinators is funding life, income, resiliency, the capability of production to continue to generate life, resiliency, and the food security. The path is to build simple tools, trackable, territorial, and followed by the technical assistance with the inclusion of from the first day. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I thank you for this great conference you showed us, and I would like to keep on presenting a space where you can make some questions. If you have questions, please let's go to the. You can pass the microphone so doctor can respond to some of these questions from people who are here. We already have one person that if you can take the microphone to her. Thank you so much.
Buenas tardes.
The hardest part for us as local government is to convince population that they need to measure these type of efforts, and that's what has costed us the most as environmental coordinator. We have created this portfolio as you suggested so we can be object of funding by NGOs, different international initiatives. We have some budgets and quotations from Costa Rica and the United States. When we take this practice to the communities, it's really hard, and we are working with an aggregation in which the municipality structure has this separated bin that costed millions of dollars. The trucks are from the municipalities, and they have 12 people with an income from this effort. And even though they are not seen as companies, they work from Monday to Friday. They earn from what they actually work for. So if we put a fixed salary and seen as companies, it's unbearable for them. So we cannot say, okay, we can put somebody that can measure your productivity, so they get mad. And this is something that we have seen throughout the years and has cost us a lot. And how can we empower this population? Because what you see is nothing new. All the producers have these uh, lacks. And I know in 1 year a worker from Chile, and he like chili, and they would produce chilies, and I would ask him how many tons he would produce a year, and he didn't know, and he didn't know anything like about the metrics, whatever. So maybe he had invested the double of what he got, and he's doing that just because he doesn't know how much he invested, whatever. It's not only with the pollinators. What you say is what happens to all the producers. It is hard to convince somebody that they need to register how much they invest, the trustability of everything. It's very complex. I don't know if you have the um, strategy, the proper strategy to work with that, because I think that not even the municipalities, the government, they have the recipe for solving this problem. It's difficult to connect with people to understand this value. Investors, they will not just give away money. They should understand that nobody will give them money if we don't show them how it works. So they need to understand that if somebody has economic value, it should be well structured. These people, they don't even know how to work about carbon emission. They don't measure anything. And I apologize for my complaint.
Le iba a decir que
First
nosotros
of all, we are a multilateral bank.
nosotros literalmente no
We
trabajamos
literally
con manera directa
don't work in a direct way with
con
the
algunos trabajamos
local producer, we work
pero al
in an
final,
indirect way, but
independientemente
regardless of the way we
de que
work
sean
or the
lograr
scale, can be small, medium,
necesitamos
or big, should be clear that
lo que tú
everything
mides,
that you
lo debes
measure,
comparar con lo que otros
you should
miden.
not ignore.
Pero resulta que para ese
But
proceso
it looks like for the creation of
en la
this
generación de confianza entre el productor
trust
y la compañía,
generation,
como dijiste, genere confianza
it
hacia
should
el banco,
generate
no
some
solamente
trust
al
to the
banco
bank
local y un banco
and
mundial.
not even to the local bank.
En
The
esa
person should
función,
have some
manejar el riesgo
way
no
to
solo presentamos
demonstrate the
independientemente
sustainability. They should present or demonstrate
algún dato que
some data
permita
that can
generar
allow
esa confianza con la
the
calidad
trust
financiera.
generation with the
En el
credit.
caso
In the case of,
agentes polinizadores, en este caso,
uh, in this case, we can
como
also do
cualquier
it
negocio,
just as some other,
tiene una naturaleza que es muy de pequeña escala. O sea, yo no
and they
puedo
have this for small scale. So we have
una
some
emisión comercial.
project with big
No obstante,
emission,
esa
and
naturaleza
nonetheless,
de
this
escala
nature of
obliga a
scale
que el trabajo
obliges that
financiero
the work
de
for
permitir el acceso al
allowing
crédito
access to credit
pasa por
should
un tema de escalamiento, por lo cual no hablo de
be in a
escalamiento
topic
en términos
of
de que el proyecto sea más
scale. It
grande,
doesn't mean that it
sino
should
que
be a
la
big project. It should be
escalamiento del
a
portafolio, es
scale of
decir, en el
portfolio.
mismo territorio hay
In the
momentos muy
same
propensos
territory, there is the same
podría
project that could be in the same place,
disminuir el
could diminish
riesgo
the
de quien
risk
invierte,
of investing,
generar confianza, pero
generate the
también, y esto
trust,
es
but
súper
also it's
relevante,
one topic that is very important,
permitir crear el
allow the
proceso
creation
de
of
adaptación,
this
porque también hay que
network,
entender
because
que
you
para
should understand that for
la
society
institución pública, los bancos comerciales,
in the commercial bank,
atender
we need
un
to
solo
attend
proyecto
to
de
just one
calidad
project
financiero
with the
termina siendo
measure
una barrera.
topic. It's
Entonces,
sometimes a
obviamente que
barrier.
hay que
So the question that we
prevenir
need
los
to
datos.
consider
Y eso
is,
pasa por
one comes
monitorear,
by
registrar
monitoring
indicadores
the indicators,
accesibles, pero que sean
and even
verificables
it is
y que puedan
difficult, it should be trackable.
tiene que haber
We should
asistencia
also
técnica
have the technical assistance
como un patrimonio registrado.
as a
Pero también
bulletproof
hay que generar
heritage, but
condiciones
also we
para
need to
lograr
generate some conditions to get
la
this scalability,
consolidación, es decir, lograr
gets the
consolidar un
consolidation of this
proceso que permita
that could
generar
allow
un
the
atractivo
generation of
para
an
la banca
attractiveness
comercial,
for
pero
the
también
commercial
eso
scale.
conlleva
This also
a través
takes
de
into
un proceso
consideration
de
that through
testimonio de terceros,
the
de
third
impacto
parties,
medioambiental,
resources, and the
disminuye
environmental
el
aspects,
riesgo
it should
y al
also
final
diminish the
logre,
risk
logre presentar
that you
proyectos que
can get
también
some
puedan
projects, and you
aportar
can
inclusive dentro de
also
la
help the
gestión del
company
crecimiento.
to be in
Entonces,
this
es
investment.
una cadena
It
de
is
elementos que hay que concatenar
a
para
chain
poder
that we
lograr
need
ese proceso de
to
crecimiento. En el caso
connect
que la
in the
naturaleza
case that
de este tipo de
nature
proyectos,
could be in this project. So
independientemente de que
if
esta función que ellos permiten
we can allow this
posibilidad
to
para
happen with the KISS connectiveness,
permite la viabilidad
it could
de
allow also
la
the
producción agrícola, la
possibility
producción
to have
forestal, la
this
producción agroforestal, lo que
agriculture
funciona
connection in the
por
same
lo menos a nivel de paisaje,
part of the system could also be part of the project,
urbanista o
and in a
conservador.
level of property. So that's why we need
Para tener
to
el portafolio que eso
have this in the portfolio
sumado a lo que ya
in a
dijimos,
way
llegue
that
y posicione a
we
los
could
mercados
create the condition
para ser
for
accesible al
having that
consumidor
as something
de esos
that's
precios.
pleasable for
Creo
this
que por
resource. And
ahí
then that's
empezamos a
where
ver.
I think we
El
should
caso de
go
los
to.
productores en América Latina es un
The
tema
producers in Latin
no
America
fácil,
is
no lo
a difficult
desconozco.
problem. I understand and acknowledge,
No evaluamos y
but
lo que no medimos
what we
no lo
don't
podemos
measure, we
evaluar.
cannot
Y todavía
invest.
peor, si no lo
And
medimos
if
y
we do
no lo
not
monitoreamos, no podemos ser
monitor,
sujeto de
we
crédito.
cannot be a subject of credit. Thank you so much, Dr. Octavio. And we have another intervention. I think we have another question. So we can also help with this query. Another have a consultation. I am Cesar Duarte from Paraguay, Ministry of Agriculture. Could you, Mr. Octavio, from the optic of CAF, uh, share some type of experience from CAF in funding from the perspective of education in productive funding, especially in terms of helping them in the infrastructure and operational capital.
Ok, primero decirte
First
que,
of all,
creo que lo dije al inicio de
I
mi
mentioned in the beginning of
caso de
my
un banco
reply,
multilateral.
in the case of this
Nosotros tenemos
multilateral
en
bank, we
Dominica
normally work in a
políticas
scale
que es muy
that's
distinta a los bancos de desarrollo local. Voy a hablar en caso de Paraguay,
sometimes is
pero
helping
conozco
some
la
specific
mayor
banks. For example, in
áreas
Paraguay, you have a AFD.
eh, esa condición a nosotros
This
nos
condition for
sirve
us
para trabajar con
is
los
also
productores.
helping
No
to
obstante,
work with the
hay que
producers.
reconocer que nosotros
Nonetheless,
tenemos
we need to
como
recognize
banca
that
multilateral, tenemos
with the multilateral bank, we have the
una
commitment of
agencia
being
catalizadora
a
de recursos para los países.
resource
Quiere decir
catalyzer agent
que
to the
nosotros,
country.
a través de
It
varios
means that
mecanismos,
through several
eh,
mechanisms,
agencias de financiamiento
funding
de Alemania, de
agencies
Alemania, de
from
Francia, de
Germany,
Argentina,
France,
Japón, de
Nordic
China,
countries, and China,
nosotros catalizamos
we
recursos
should catalyze
para financiar. Pero también
resources to
las
fund,
implementadoras de los
but
proyectos,
also have these implementation
como puede ser
agencies from
como el GIF,
uh, like
Global
that
Economic
can get
Activity,
funding
el
from
Green Climate
GEF,
Fund, el Fondo de
Green Climate
Recursos,
Fund, the
Adaptation Fund, entre otras
Adaptation
cosas.
Fund, etc.
Esos proyectos que sí
These
tienen la
projects
escala
that
de
also
trabajo
have
más
this scale
regional,
in a more
a nosotros nos
local way
permite
could also
eh,
allow
aterrizar en otro
us
término.
to
Pero ahí tengo que
land
hacer
in
una
another
aclaración
dimension. But
que
we need to be
nosotros no
aware
somos
that
los que
we are
decidimos
not
la
what we
temática de
decide
desarrollo de los
in the
proyectos,
topics that we
porque nosotros sí
see in the
somos
project
una
just
agencia
because we are
de
the implementation
ejecución
agenda.
que el gobierno de
Because this
Argentina,
means
de
that the
Paraguay,
Argentine
de
government or
México, de Estados Unidos,
Paraguayan or
de Dominica nos
Colombian,
piden
Costa
que
Rican
nosotros fungamos como agencia
doesn't say that we
ejecutora del
should
proyecto.
be
¿Qué
a
quiere decir eso?
implementation agency of
Nosotros
the project.
acompañamos
It
la
means
ejecución
that we
de
should
los trabajos
not we
dentro del
follow the
proyecto.
structuring,
Vamos a un ejemplo.
we participate in the design,
Nosotros
but
procuramos los
we only
mecanismos
try to
para
find
adentrarnos en los
mechanisms to
proyectos que
go
esos
and
temas
help those
son
topics that
abiertos
you
y que
mentioned
son
that have to
fortalecimiento
do
de
with the
capacidades,
strengthening of
desarrollo de
capability,
capacidades, capacitación de asistencia
development,
técnica que
technical
para cualquier
assistance
proyecto, sobre todo de
for
alto
any
riesgo,
project
donde
that could be the
involucradas
productive
especies que
part,
sean
and these
forestales,
projects that are
ambientales,
from
inclusive de conservación
the
o conservación.
conservation.
Entonces,
So
nosotros ponemos líneas de
we
crédito
have some
a
credit
los
lines
bancos del país
in the
de
banks of country
cooperación disponibles para que esos
available
bancos puedan
to so the bank
financiar a
can
esos
fund
pequeños productores.
these
Solo
producers.
que eso funciona por
But
demanda.
this
¿Qué
also
quiere
works by
decir?
demand.
Si los bancos,
If the
independientemente
bank,
de cómo fueran las cosas,
regardless of the
tengan
portfolio,
una demanda explícita
has
de
the
parte del
demand,
cliente
explicit demand
y
from the
un
customer, and
necesario
how
recurso de
they
caja
have also this
en su
resource from
lado
Kava
de
in this
terminación
side,
del proyecto.
it
Y
should
ellos no
be
asumen ese
on this
riesgo.
side as well.
Nosotros,
In the end,
lamentablemente, no podemos
unfortunately,
crear
we
líneas de
should be make
financiación
this
para líneas de
accessible,
financiamiento
this funding
que
line
al final son las que
that many
necesitan
of the
aquellos
times
proyectos
are
que
part of this
financiar.
product to access to this
Nosotros,
funding.
en muchos proyectos,
Many projects,
inclusive en el propio diseño, nosotros
especially in the
lo
same
contemplamos.
design, we contemplate
Ahora
this,
bien, hay que reconocer
but
que
we need
nosotros
to
no
recognize
trabajamos
that we don't
no le
find,
venden ningún
we don't
producto
work or I
financiero a
don't
nadie.
sell
Eso es
any
parte de la
financial product
demanda.
to anybody.
Nosotros como banca
We as
multilateral
bank,
funcionamos
multilateral bank,
sobre
we
demanda. ¿Qué
work
quiere decir? Que
by
nosotros
demand. It
requerimos
means that we
que los bancos,
require
los bancos
the
locales,
local bank,
comerciales, los bancos de
commercial bank,
desarrollo local,
should
líneas de
demand this
crédito.
credit
E
line from
inclusive en
us.
algunos casos
And
nosotros
in this way, we
apoyados
could,
por otros bancos multilaterales que
supported by
son
other
de recursos
multilateral
propios, como
bank,
ya lo dije anteriormente, nos
help,
permiten
and this could
inclusive
also
abalanzar el
even
financiamiento y hacerlo
make
más
this
accesible
funding and
a
make it more
quienes
accessible to
verdaderamente
those who
necesitan hacer
need
el proyecto.
with the
Voy a
help
citar
of
un
others.
ejemplo.
I'm gonna
Nosotros tenemos
mention
un
one example. We
proyecto
have a
que fue
project
diseñado
that was
hace
designed
como 5 años,
5 years
que
ago,
está andando. Es
a
una
project
línea de
that is
financiamiento que
ongoing.
atiende 2 temas.
It's aligned for this
Cambio de
topic,
suelo
and
y
then the change,
transición
they change the soil and the energetic transition. It's a project that's in Panama, Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. And then this part of funding depends that the banks should really take into consideration this funding line that could land this into the field because we are the bank that make effective this funding in the local plan. So this disposition of CAF and interest always we had, and just to mention this topic that has the relevance for the bank, for the COP of last year in Belém of Pará, we showed the strategy and the strategy of forest for the bank. And in both, the funding topic from the small producers is incorporated. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doctor, for providing these insights. It was very valuable, everything that you mentioned, and we invite you to stay virtually with us because we can present our panel right now, and we need to start it now. And I'm gonna ask the speakers to come to the stage here with us. We have Mr. Ariel Rolon from GIZ Paraguay. He's in charge of moderating our last panel, and he's from GIZ, coordinating the implementation of the Polylac project in Paraguay, and he's an expert in program management with more than 25 years in initiatives of rural development, the supply chain, and the climate resiliency, and the private initiatives, and also has projects for environment, biodiversity, and climate, coordinating technical teams and multidisciplinary teams in Paraguay and Uruguay, and he's linked with the concessional networks that are linked with the agronomy and economic aspects. So let's have him with us and welcome him with a round of applause. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Laura. Thank you so much for allowing me to be in this panel and all the team of GIZ of Brazil for the organization of this event, with which I am the uh, coordinator of this panel. We have the summary of this panel. We're going to make a summary of all the panels. Now we are gonna talk about financial mechanisms, work with a qualified team on the topic. We also will incorporate a local perspective with Mr. Octavio that has shared a presentation that helped us to see all related to this efficiency of the financial aspects to incorporate the pollinators, and also helped us to see some mechanisms, specific mechanisms that we can explore to get this incorporation of criteria. In this panel, I would like to go in depth in this topic, make more specific, and for that, I would like to invite Ana Rosa de Lima. Ana Rosa is a Omawa woman who grew up in the northeast of Brazil, including the deforestation arch, where she was the witness of how the environmental degradation is uh, mingling with the territorial conflicts. And she founded this NGO, Nelbid Network, in 2020, connecting different indigenous leaders, especially in the Amazonic rainforest, expanding this to other indigenous community leaders with other places in the world as well, and it became a global network with the possibilities of funding and capability development and empowering of culture. I would like to invite Patricia Luciana Mourão. She is a technical analyst of social politics and licensed in the economic agronomy, and she has a PhD on the political sciences from 2008. She works on the formulation and implementation of the policies for rural women in the Ministry of Agro Development, and she is part of the General Coordination of Organization Social Productive for the Subsecretariat of Women that implement this productive organization for women and actions oriented to the access of technical assistance and commercialization. Welcome, Patricia. I would like to invite Carlos Aragon. Carlos is the senior leader of this sustainable development with over 35 years by leveraging the conservation in the Amazon and in the Atlantic Amazonic rainforest in the Pan-Amazonic region. He is an expert in this section of the conservation and development and specialized in the reduction of emission, the conservation of biodiversity, and the pioneering programs of payment for these ecological services. And the main strengths are the mobilization of funding and the strategy development of jurisdiction for the voluntary access for the carbon and also for the global access for the implementation of the planning of initiatives in the national, regional, and international level, uniting the academia, different NGOs, and coalitions guided to the view of the transforming climate outcomes.
Well, to start this talk with the panel, we would like to start with Octavio mentioned he was talking about criteria for the financial mechanisms that are going to surround this topic, and for that we would like to consult with Ana Rosa, in which her experience with communitary work, what are the difficulties but also the opportunities of integrating the mechanisms, the financial mechanisms. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me for the session. And to be completely honest, I was very surprised as I don't work with credit a lot. I work connecting communities and possible credits. As you have mentioned, I am an Omagua woman that I grew up in the northeast of Brazil, and I have funded an association for 6 years now, and we work with the strengthening of other indigenous leaderships in many areas, but especially with agriculture, traditions, and culture in general. So I feel like what I can bring to this conversation is a bit of this bridge between payment, this financing structure, and the communities themselves. But I feel like we just heard about on how we need to think on this multiplicity of perspectives. And I will be adding a bit more on those perspectives so that we can reflect upon. The pollination challenges the Cartesian thinking process, the traditional process, because the best way it was described was a common goods idea. We have a common good. I cannot lock my bees away so that can only pollinize my fruits, but rather they connect themselves with all of my region. And in this connection, bees are also improving their biodiversity. And this is something positive to have this exchange. And this is a concrete example of an idea, of a methodology that has been used very frequently by many indigenous peoples, that was described in a way in the theories within the idea of tropic agriculture, centropic agriculture, as it is something that I don't own nature, I don't own this area, but I am potentializing a force that is already there in nature. I'm strengthening this. I'm guiding this flow and strengthening this flow. So, this gives us a lot of complexity. And I feel like one of the main problems that we have as humans is to diminish the complexity of things. I can clearly measure this. And when we start to think on credits, on pollination, we'll be having to embrace this complexity. This is not simple, and this also shows that we need to have a fairer exchange. It's not just me as a traditional community. For example, my service is worth 10 million, but the other side also needs to think on the financial models. It's more complex than what I'm used to. So I'll need to embrace this complexity and vary this complexity. And for that, I need to have a strong long term perspective. And I feel like one of the other colleagues mentioned this is a long term that is not 5 years, it's much bigger. And to think on how are we going to qualify or quantify these impacts, I need to have the studies, I need to have partnerships with universities to have this theoretical base so that we can validate this with a lot more perspectives. I feel like embracing this complexity so that we can have fair exchanges. Fair exchanges with an integral participation. And we also need to remember that pollination is more than apiculture. We are here in Latin America, Americas as a whole. It does not make sense for us to mention bees from outside of America. So, this is something very important for us to think about. Thinking about the pollination with many actors that are not going to just produce honey, they are doing many other things, and also embracing this complexity is very important. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you, Anna. I want to pass a question now to Patricia. Based on your experience, Patricia, working with rural women, incorporating the sequel of technical assistance, financing, commerce. So we have a cycle in this perspective. What barriers and what solutions could you suggest to incorporate this criteria and financial mechanisms? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your question. Thank you for the invite for GIZ, for being here with you all. I'll be answering your question, contextualizing a little bit of what we have been implementing at MDA, the Ministry of Agrarian Development, in terms of public policies for strengthening the family agriculture. Brazil is one of the few countries that we have in a specific ministry that is directed to this, and a specific category of rural producers in the field. So we have the family farmers that that understand the traditional peoples inside, and this is a diversity that we see in which women are included. We have a national policy for strengthening family farmers in Brazil, and it was at first a credit policy, but it amplifies itself as the demands get more complex. The demands in the field that go beyond the credit, including the perspective of agriculture, insurance, technical perspectives, commercialization perspectives, access to other markets, not only local markets, but international markets. And we are having 30 years of implementation of PRONAC, and during this trajectory, this policy was modernizing itself, adequating itself to this diversity in the family farmers we have in Brazil. So we have related to the credit different modalities that are adapted and adequated to the different categories of family farmers we have in Brazil, considering the more consolidated ones, the ones with better production conditions, and the ones that at a low income level with different access conditions, fine conditions, discounts conditions on the payments due to assiduity on the payments. And we also have been building modalities for specific audiences. We have one for traditional communities, indigenous peoples, for women. As these people, they have different demands and different needs, and they have different barriers to accessing this credit. We also have modalities that are aimed to incentivize sustainable practices in the agribusiness. So we also have the modalities for agroecology, bioeconomy, pronap forests, for the implementation of forest systems. So we modernize this credit policy that is directed to the family agriculture. In this context, and in parallel, we started to create an agenda for rural women, initially as these women are made invisible in their condition of people with rights of access to land, access to credit, access to commerce. So these women didn't have that. And the women, in a process of political organization that was very intense due to the march we had that happened in Brazil every 4 years, they ensure this specific policies, access to land policies, document policies, registry, administrative registry, ensuring conditions to access public policies, specific programs like the Quintais Produtivos projects, recognizing their conditions and their needs, participation in the commerce processes as well. Women brought to the political agenda something that is very expensive and is related to this, which is agroecology. So the platform for rural women is not only to access these policies, but we are in the process of building a different process, a different development perspective, a different agriculture perspective that is more sustainable, more resilient, more adapted, and all of this based on the proposal of agroecology. And I feel like one of the barriers that we must overcome to incorporate this perspective of conservation, the management of pollinators, is to overcome this view that we still have a productivist view on the agricultural policies that we have on Brazil. And we have been advancing in this matter quite a lot. So, this view, this productivist view that we have on the credit, insurance, technical assistance, makes it harder for us to have more diverse projects with an agroecological perspective, with a management perspective, management in the insects and pollinators. And it also makes the rural women more invisible. And also overcoming one of the other barriers that we have is this exploitation of natural resources that still is present nowadays. This view makes us have credit projects that are still very standardized, very specified to adequate themselves to standards. And there's a resistance for us to elaborate credit projects that are more complex. Despite having credit modalities at Pronafi for agroecology, we still have not a lot of adherence, as we have this resistance for the credit assistance to elaborate these projects as they are more complex. They don't fit on the standards we have today. And I also feel like one of the barriers that we have is the sectoring of public policies. This was mentioned previously, the challenge we have of integrating credit policies, technical assistance, and commerce policies. This aligned with policies that ensure the right to land, ensure the right to documentation and to commerce, because without land we cannot produce. Without land we cannot access credit. Without land we cannot manage natural resources. So those are barriers that still remain. And the women, they shed a lot of light on this. And as solutions that we have been implementing in a concrete manner to give access to women to these policies and to try to build this integrated with other policies based on a agroecological perspective of production. We have in Brazil, in the ambit of Pronaf, a credit line that is exclusive for women, the Pronaf Mulher, Pronaf Women, where they can access up until 400 reais to implement their productive activities, since the agriculture activities or not, including rural tourism and other activities that they might want to develop. And we also have a modality that is called Pronafi B, that is directed to the populations of lower income, in which women have the predominance of access. In this modality, the interest rate is 0.5% a year. They have a discount of 40% on the payments when they pay their parcels on time, and they have up until 3 years to pay. In this modality, we have different values, different amounts They can get up until 15,000 reais, and the other members up until 12,000 reais. And in this modality, we also have two specific ones, which is the Pronaf backyards up until 20,000 reais, directed exclusively to women, and agroecology Pronaf that is directed to up 20,000 reais. We have a modality for technical assistance that is exclusive to women, where we, from this technical assistance projects, we guide and we incentivize women to adopt these management practices on their natural resources, agroecological transition, and we capacitate them, we enable them to access this credit. We also have an integration between technical assistance and rural farmment, which is another program conducted by the ministry, but women, they receive an incentive for these rural activities with technical assistance. We also have in Brazil public purchases programs, which is the national food system and the school food systems. And we have mechanisms that ensure the participation of women as suppliers. So women today in these programs, they are 60% of the suppliers of this program. And we also have in the ambit of PA a payment that is different for agroecological products that stimulates a more sustainable production process. And at last, I would like to mention as an example for integration perspectives that I feel are very connected to this topic of pollinators, that is the importance that we reaffirm this perspective in the guidelines of public policies. This is the experience we have in Brazil. We can not only have the intention of doing something, but rather ensure that this intention is registered in the decrees, in the regulations, in the bills, ensuring an institutionality of that intention. And we have, for example, agroecological and agro-production national plan, and the national plan for the reduction of toxins. And this has a lot to do with the pollinators topic. With a more concrete integration that I have mentioned yesterday, we have the program, the backyards, productive backyards for rural women. It was created by the Margarida March, coordinated by the Ministry of Social Development, and we make it feasible for the women to have financial support and capacity building actions and technical assistance actions so that they can structure their backyards and strengthen and broaden the food production and generation of income from this space. This is an initiative that is very important as it puts on the center of the public policies a space that was left behind, left at the margin up until now. Backyards are spaces that are productive around the house, and they are usually managed by women, and they are fundamental for food security, for the family livelihoods, for generation of income, for the building of knowledge, and the management of biodiversity, as they are rich production spaces for this integrated production, fruit production, animal production, vegetable production, flower productions that contribute for this management of the pollinators that is so important for food production. Here we have a partnership that is very concrete with GIZ through the Polylac project. Just to give an example, in this initiative, we put in our public notice for support of the project, for strengthening the productive backyards, and a specific goal related to the pollinators, management of these pollinators, or the creation of environments that are favorable for the pollinators. This favors the projects to be elaborated under this perspective. So it's a way for you to ensure that these proposals can be financed. So we have done this in a concrete manner. We have received over 400 proposals, and we are now in the hiring process. And we hope to have projects with this point of view. And this is my contribution. Sorry if I spoke too much, but I feel like I needed to contextualize everything. Thank you. Thank you, Patricia. It was very interesting to hear the initiatives that are on course, and it's very interesting to see the focus of financing systems, not only activities, but agroecology, vulnerable groups, that they see an opportunity and to improve this productivity and, as you have mentioned in the beginning, to embrace this complexity. The situation is complex. It's interesting for us to understand the situation so that we can know how to build financial mechanisms that can be effective for our goals. So now, Carlos, Octavio mentioned some financial mechanisms, some financial instruments as rural credit lines that are paid, financial mechanisms that are mixed, and supporting of these smaller producers and communities. And my question is, how do you see the potential of all of these financial mechanisms to incorporate this process of pollinators, of protecting the pollinators? Thank you. The question would be, where is the money? Um, it's an interesting question. I would like to take a step back, thinking about Octavio's presentation. Octavio presented some modalities for financing, but nowadays I would like to think about a different situation. Nowadays, one of our greatest issues is scale. We have a lot of pilot projects that are well succeeded, but for example, in Brazil's case, when we analyze the the products, the raw products in Amazon, there's something very rich and fundamental for the planet, and the percentage of contribution for the rural producer for the GDP does not get to 2%. It means that in our economy, preserving is not business. It does not contribute with the economical welfare. This is something that I wanted to approach and talk about. And this goes through scaling situations. I mentioned that we have a lot of interesting projects, but we don't have impact on the society and on the economy. And we are losing biodiversity. We are getting close to the next COP, and we are having the same challenges 30 years ago. The answer you expect from me right now started to become something in the conference in Rio 92. We are trying to find solutions to make feasible the maintenance of the biodiversity alongside all of the other components such as climate. And in this perspective of scale, it's fundamental for us to analyze the public policies. So I would like to split my answer in two: scales and public policies. So let's take a step back about what Octavio has talked to us. He talked about credit and some fundamental lines, but I wanted to talk about something, thinking, what type of money do we have available for us? The second would be, what is the nature of this pollination activity? And a third concept that I want to introduce here would be a behavior paradox. Let's begin by what types of resources, what type of mechanisms we have. Octavio mentioned one of them, would be the credit, would be the loans, as it mentioned from the bank out. But we have the state intervening in this as well. The state gets the loan to finance something that the market does not recognize that yet, and the costs is not are not inside the price of the products. I heard a colleague mentioning that, oh, if I have soy that is produced sustainably and the other no, I need to show that my soy is different because of this, as it is produced in a sustainable way. I should have the option of purchase. We should fight for the soy that is sustainable to have this price variation. And while this does not happen, we will continue with the same issue. Let's go back to credit. Credit depends on the ability of each countries and going into the states. When we make a balance, let's give an example of Amazon, Brazilian Amazon. Nine of the states, the half of them have the ability of payment, and you'll be seeing that four of those don't have the condition to do so. So it's not simply wanting to make credit. We are having an option of taking this with the cost of the money to invest on biodiversity, safety, and so on. But I mentioned that one of our greatest challenges is that the costs, the benefits, the environmental benefits do not manifest themselves in the prices. So the economy does not recognize this. Let's go to the second modality. Well, philanthropy actions. Donations are dropping more and more. Those from the third sector know this. The tendency is for it to drop even more. This is very marked. We have less and less philanthropy money. We must invest on this? No, certainly no. And we are 30 years looking at this and still haven't solved this. And third, Octavio mentioned blended finance, which is a mixed finance. We have a condition, many conditions for the public investment to go in, but it must make sense. If it does not generate business, if it does not generate money, it will not be any worth. It the blended finance helps to reduce risks, but it does not solve our issues. Now, the fourth, oh, are things going to be solved because we are going to create a program to finance billions of these producers? Well, if we look of the financial balance that we had, no nine states in the Amazon, Brazilian Amazon, we have this budgeting that is necessary. So we will. Are we going to depend on the public budgeting to solve this issue? The fifth modality is the private investment, direct private investment. I feel like today we had some alternatives that they were brought to us, but I would like to just to highlight there's no investment that is not associated with rentability. We will continue to struggle with it.
At last, some innovative mechanisms for market. Here are the contributions of the UN, of the carbon. We have all the payments for the different services that can be mechanisms. In general terms, they or difficult access mechanisms. This is the all the actions we have to think as a mechanism for the pollination on a long term. So let's go to second topic, which is the nature of the activity to be founded. We have a difficulty with all these conservation activities. This is the most difficult part of this barrier. The pollination service has a environmental service that's not recognized by price. Agriculture, the farmer, normally they have to make the border management, the pesticide management, and it is a diffused mechanism. It is only done by what he does, but there is no added value to what he does. For example, for the sustainable soybeans, we don't pay anything for that. And regarding the commodities, we keep on fighting for this, but we will not be able to solve this problem. All the funding modalities are linked with the rentability, so we have all this particularity to consider it. And the third part is the behavioral paradox is that our opportunity range is limited. We need to be very creative to establish a funding flow that can allow us to solve our pollination problems. At the same time, we know there are not many options available. We fight for those with what we see to be viable instead of supporting the Edge Plus initiative so they can take over, can enable a enough flow for the region as a nation, and this can be for any region of tropical forest, Mexico, Indonesia, Peru, whatever. It is for all the countries. Until we don't do that to be sustainable when the resources to arrive for 30 years after the discussion, because our reference is Rio 92. Until we don't do that, we'll not have mechanisms to face this challenge of funding some public policy that can contribute to the pollination, or that the pollination can be adopted in a wide range way. In a general term, synthesize the challenge you have to build this strategy over the time is necessary to build all the variants, and it's necessary to have this position in the mechanisms that can provide a help with this funding. Thank you so much, Carlos, for putting all these elements in a clear way with the economic variant, because many times they are with the decision making part and it's difficult to follow. I would like to share these comments mentioned by you with this focus that Anna mentioned, which is the challenge of empowering a resource that we already have in the nature, making it visible that it is always there, but we not always quantify, or we provide a value that is clear in economic terms. So it is interesting all this all this work with what is related to it. We have gone beyond this the time in this first round. I'd like to summarize the second one. We need to design some challenges with the financial mechanisms that can last in the time and can be scalable so that they can provide you a fair compensation. The challenge is big, and we want this to provide us three takeaways to support these financial systems with these three characteristics. And now you have the floor. Thank you so much. I'll try to be quick, but I raised some topics in this conversation. The first thing is about facilitating this partnership among the communities, because I think the credit access, even though you have a structure, not many of the times you don't solve it. When you have a continental sized country, it's difficult to reach all the places. You've got to think of how you're going to make this understanding in the community understand that. Also, we have this technical support, and I think that we should have a lot of care to know who this technical support will be, because I've seen many people that have a technical support, but we need to take into consideration the positive outcomes from this technical support in relation with the similar income by creating the independence of these communities. We need to strengthen this in a way that the strengthening the community should be key. And one thing that is very interesting that we need to to give a prize is that actually there are many things that we pay so that we are not paying the real price. When we pay for a soybean, we have a negative impact. We have something for with a price of deforestation, something that's much more complex and is not arriving there. We need to change the real price of things, because this is a long conversation that we need to give the real price to the things. And then when we talk about conversation, we need to remember where the presence of government is. My family comes from Alto Solimões that doesn't have hospitals. You need to go to Manaus, and Manaus is full. We need to start talking about the presence of the state and understand that the state needs to be there, because to initiate a conversation, you need to have basic conversations to have the humanity. We need to start with that for with what the Brazilian government is still not working yet in several places, communities. And I would like to finish by saying that I'm afraid of some things. I think that we are trying to maintain some structures that strengthen external partners, as many times we have in some credit types. The resource doesn't get to the community, and we see communities getting into the prosecutor's office because we see they are against credits that they didn't have the comprehension of these communities before they were signed, and so we have all this difficulty to see that we can have fair exchanges, understanding the values and the complexity of the places. I think this is something that I would like to provide you to think, so we build solutions, and it is important to think of this. And I was listening to you, and I would like to consider what it is important to keep the conversation on. Well, I believe we don't have a unique, isolated solution. We need to advance in on the perspective of building in alternatives from different paths. I think that working with the unique perspective of conservation, there is a way, but it's not the only one. And the perspective of conservation, it's necessary to be part of these projects of development in a rural level and also in the country level. We've got to incorporate in these policies this perspective of conservation of biodiversity, the food security, the combat to the climate change. This should be part of the macro policies of country to ensure the funding scale, so we can have this alternative in the development for the society and in the territorial level, so that we need to dialogue with the different sectors and also transform the public policies, adequate these public policies, principles And the example that MDA makes that with the policies that we have developed for the family agriculture with the credit and technical assistance and with the development of rural bases in accepting the differences with a lot of challenges we have advanced in this construction and there is an impact over the production of food. We have seen some outcomes in the changes of implementation of policies and the access for the population that access more credit in a way that is in a smaller proportion. And you create some devices that can. We have seen some participation of the farmers of the northern region in Pronafe because you created a mechanism that has led to this. We know Pronafe has a big concentration of farmers in the south region, but if you create some mechanisms, you can lead people to adhere to that, and you need to make that so we can move ahead, even though we own for 20 years, but we cannot just stop and look at what's happening in a way that the waiting for this initiative to happen by itself. This is how we can transform these public policies and innovate with new pathways, new alternatives for this construction implementation that we want to achieve. Thank you so much, Carlos. The first question done by the panelists, what we saw is that there are two dimensions of this process, micro and micro, the big and the small one, and I try to offer the perspective of how we can make that MDA can do it with a bigger scale, and this in a way that this can be also replicated in all the system, and this cannot work without the other. But if we don't know how to channel it, so the resource can flow to the proper place, we'll be in the same situation. The second element that is fundamental is the information. There is a lot of fake ideas and many incomplete scientific test data is biased by some process perception. Of course, there is no clear mechanism. We need to act in trying to overcome the challenge and the problems of all the mechanisms in the biodiversity, etc. But if we have to be wise and choose the mechanism with the purpose that we want to achieve, and then we need to have this clear information, complete information, not partial information, because this makes us to reject an alternative that has a great power. For 30 years, we're trying to find some mechanisms that make biodiversity to have a bigger value than the other ones, and we are on this fight. Budget is important, but not the definitive solution. Because if you are discussing the problem in the COPs, it's because the problem is still persisting, and the information is fundamental. Third point I'd like to add up is that generally, and I use the Amazonic region, the communities has this conservation tradition. It's easier the indigenous people to teach us what pollination is than we teaching them, and that's why they have the forest in the way they do. But calling the attention that if we see the statistics of all our countries, the biggest part of population is not indigenous, extractivist, or work with rubber. And so we need to think of society with all the solutions. We should not think that working with the family agriculture we solve the problem of pollination. We should think on all the levels of the society, the small, the medium, and the big producer. And then my colleagues mentioned one fundamental thing that is the dialogue and the participative construction. by finding solutions from the differences with information. Thank you so much. To conclude this session, I would like to find and share some central ideas, and we have shared in this panel. Generally, there's a lot of awareness about the importance of the ecosystemic service of pollination. Nonetheless, it's not clear in a specific way, and in the real dimension as the mechanism design of the financial aspects to guarantee the access of the producers. The mechanisms should be simple, territorial, followed by technical assistance, and connected to the natural forest restoration and sustainable supply chain. The keys for the mechanism support could be value the importance of the system of the ecosystemic service of pollination, structuring the basis that can support an information, the viability of the financial aspects. On the other hand, we should project the added value in the concrete products with the dependency coefficient of the pollination service by incorporating the perspective of the consumer. It can be the stamps, the certification, and others by highlighting the pollination service of the supply chain. These are the ideas shared by today's discussion, and we can advance in the challenge we have by designing the financial mechanisms that can incorporate some criteria of protection. And I pass the floor to Laura, and I thank you for the attention, and I open to questions. And our audience is anxious to ask. We have the two raised hands so we can make the interventions. Good afternoon, everyone. Camila from MDA, also a colleague from Patricia who is up front. I would like to comment that this topic is very interesting and gives us the PSA, the payment for environmental services, and it's a topic that we are starting to debate. And we understand that it is important for the family agriculture and even much more interesting than the carbon credit that we find a lot of problems. On the other hand, something that I talked with Carmen from Embrapa is that Brazil is a reference with bio assets. We are creating the regulation of this law, and we are discussing during this process the pollination aspect because the same law is defining these products as processes and technologies. So maybe or an example with the other countries putting pollination anti-systemic process asset can improve it because by treating that
Tirar o carregador aí, tem que deixar ele quieto. Tira o carregador, deixa só ele aí.
we debated the pollination, insisted in the regulation as well. And by the in the third point to conclude, and we have this uh, argument against what Carlos said is he mentioned about the entrepreneurship agriculture and about the knowledge of indigenous people. I don't know if it is something that I saw that in fact there was some conflict but it's a little difficult to talk about pollinators and the agribusiness because when we talk about preserving the pollinators, it's not that what we notice in the field, especially by the farmers, because as we are here, we see several bees dying by the air sprinkling, especially by the commodities market. So the biofuel nowadays they are used in several hectares, but they are not enough to avoid this problem. And then we need to be very transparent to talk about the problem as it is, because if we are talking about pollinators, myself I ask, how do we preserve pollinators in a cotton harvest, coffee harvest, in the way it is? So we need to treat the problem differently. That's why we have defended the ecological transition of the food systems. That was very well defended by the MDA in the COP30. Secondly, our colleague mentioned that we have this indigenous population and we have to get to the majority and then have the question, um, when are we actually defending and respecting the indigenous people and their knowledge? Because when we have the opportunity, we want to take their lands away. We want to evaluate their knowledge. Of course, this is not all the population of Brazil. Of course, we have people defending. We have the Ministry of the Indigenous People that is a fight from this government. But we know the white elite is willing to crush them. And what we should do is respect the traditional knowledge, and it's up to us to listen to them because it's not that they may know more about that than us, but it's sure that they know more than us. We need to learn from them what they know to improve with science, but it comes from the respect that is fundamental to our ancestors. And here I have my question, how we can associate this aspect with the advance of the pollinators. And I know that it's not only to work with assets because we need to go beyond that. And I think that we should hear more and value more the traditional knowledge. What I wanted to say is that solutions should be done for all these segments of society. It is not only for one. I do not found from Safra, and I cannot say that there is a agribusiness founding, but that is not the goal of my speech. My goal is to recognize that we should find solutions for all the segments of society, and there is a competitive advantage of demands by defining traditional populations and indigenous populations because as you mentioned the indigenous people they have all the technology and knowledge for that but the demand is different. And somebody mentioned before, and I think it was you who mentioned that it would demand a lot of other things. When I mentioned that they are funding opportunities, I'm not saying this is the golden eggs hand, but I'm mentioning that it should show up in a better way. And I know this is the ideal solution, but my idea is where do we have money to start? Because we have a PCA program in the Amazon, but it cannot be widened because it doesn't have any financial resource. And that the moment that the government from the federal level has some mechanisms, the MMA also has another mechanism, and we can widen with some meaningful way, and then we can think how we can leverage that. And when we talk about carbon, we have the tendency to put all the options in the same bag, and then we have to evaluate all the risks associated with all these solutions. It is not a solution for each one of these. Can I make just make a compliment because saying that there is a solution for all in Brazil, solution for agribusiness always had. Now we are looking for solutions for the family agriculture, for the indigenous agriculture, and in the traditional communities. I think we need to talk about the minorities, the small ones, because the big farmer is accessing carbon credits very well. He's using bioasset that's very well. The small ones they are not getting this access. We only have problems for them. And regarding pollinators, that would be great for family agriculture. Many of the times, the big is applying. He has a um, pesticide pulverization and is killing the pollinators as well. And we need to be courageous to face the facts because if we are just stepping on eggs and not facing the reality, I don't know if we're gonna be successful. I'm not generalizing, but by historic of Brazil, as agriculture is done here and indigenous people is done here, the family agriculture, for example, in the past years that the Ministry of Agriculture didn't exist, was taken down, and the Safra plan that came back to, to the family agriculture. Um, the last years we remained with not many with many years without that. If we are looking for solutions for everyone, I think it's different the approach. We need to find solutions for those who are not privileged, and the pollinators are not privileged. Can I just make a comment because I think your question is very focused on things that I live every day. I work with communities, and as I live in Germany, I I have been in international spaces that they say the solution is to buy acai from the Amazon, which is kind of ridiculous. At the same time, I have a community that's suffering because they are making the acai monoculture in beside his their terrain, and they are pulverizing with drones and everything. So I'd like to highlight that from my perspective, when I talk about complexity, this understanding or is the indigenous knowledge. I am only putting another name so you can know what it's about. When we work with indigenous population, it's about respecting and trying to be part of this complexity. And we know my grandpa, for example, grew up in the indigenous group, and then when he went to Manaus, he stopped being indigenous. My grandma, for example, she felt more connected, but they are all indigenous. So I think that now is a matter of arrive and start thinking how we can embrace this complexity and remember that this complexity has some roots on the indigenous knowledge. But as well, how we can do that, we don't have only one answer. I think we need to have several answers and try each one of them because they will solve different situations. And sometimes it will be sufficient technical support or access to credit, and we have several replies to each one of them.
Thank you so much. And we'll pass the floor now to the last person of the panel, the Q&A session. I will ask you to briefly ask your question and it's also comment to our panel to have brief answers. Well, I would like to connect three aspects that came up on the speak. The first one would be the scaling. The second one would be that we need indicators to make pollination visible. And the third, that we need to include this in the value chains. And we had a study where we defined the concept of virtual pollination. It's like virtual water, but it is about the proportion of the the planting due to the action of pollinators and the access that the crops had to the pollinators. We analyzed these flows for virtual pollination in the Congress for products that depend on pollination. In general, for the tropical countries, in the last GDP, they are directed to the countries with bigger GDPs. The expansion, agricultural expansion, this is one of the factors that impacts the habitats. The agri products that depend, that rely on pollination, they are the ones that expand the most, and they expand the most in the countries in which they use this virtual pollination services. So I want to connect biodiversity supplying this pollination process. So I see an international process that co-responsibilizes the production, and the production is a very tangible fraction of the whole thing to, and we are able to from that give mechanisms. And I want to know your thoughts as we are studying, but we are thinking now on about the mechanisms that could support this type of process. And another thing I wanted to mention, something that is complicated and not so complicated, China that finances a lot of projects to ensure sustainability of their imports of soy and others, invests here in Brazil and has research in which she considers environmental factors that are essential that finance agri production. If they don't have soy production, they won't be able to import it. They have many projects that consider the virtual pollination in this process to ensure this process to happen. I wanted to know what you think about it. Thank you. 60 seconds to comment if you want to have any comments on this. Well, I will begin on what I understood. On my point of view, a consumer can solve a lot of the issue if there's a disposition to pay on the price that is recognized but not put upon. This is the case. And we need a big transformation, as someone mentioned. I don't think it's only ecological, but economical. And we might need to walk towards a civilization in which we are more fair and the payment of the products, including everything that it's inputted in that, including the contributions for the traditional communities and so on. Having this climate justice. The second part was about indicators, metrics, and I feel like we have mentioned many times here to have this such metrics, and something I observe is that we must monitor and control these indicators. If it's harder for us to monitor, something is wrong. Yeah, but there's a lot of things that monitoring is more expensive than doing. But I feel like at the moment we can work with universities and other partnerships we've been seeing to see if we can have an impact long term. Not only 5 years impact, long term impacts. I will comment. We need to understand the perspectives that we want, that we are approaching when we are talking about amplifying the scale, scaling up. Are we talking about reaching the biggest numbers of producers for the managing these pollinators, their permanence, and for them to fulfill their social role? Or are we thinking about scaling up the production for the market, for the commerce itself? Because if we are thinking about amplifying the scale to income, we won't go far, as we will keep on the same logic of inserting ourselves in the market perspective, in which we are here today, and we are going down river with this perspective, as it is what it is guiding the use of land and the use of biodiversity. So while we don't change this market view that we have, that everything that we produce must be at the broad scale, we will continue in the same spot. So, if we look at this perspective of including the pollinators in a context that not only is about conservation, preservation, but to ensure the rights, a right to land, a right to survival, a right to the resources and biodiversity, a right to remain alive, a right to healthy food, a right to healthy environments, we can advance in a perspective of having the pollinators doing their function, fulfilling their role, and producing food to ensure food security, to ensure survival, to ensure income. We need to change the point of view, the perspective of looking at this situation and incorporate these dynamics and the policies that we have. I feel like we need to advance on building policies that ensure this. Politics that are integrated. No, it's a credit policy integrated with the other policies that ensure the participation, the presence, and the maintenance of the rural families in their production activities and conserving biodiversity, the permanence of them in their territories as a whole. That's it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And we invite people to you guys to go here on stage for us to take a photo. We want to thank you for your participation. That was very valuable. We'll have a short break. We are 10 minutes behind schedule, so let's have 15-minute break tops. And I ask you for your collaboration when we start the last step of our seminar. 15 minutes from now. Thank you.
Chega de novo.
Aponta que menina tocando logo. E aí eu vou concluindo o polo. Resolve isso também? Resolve isso.
Eu tô resolvendo
Nem
nem
meu
foto
celular
de
não,
polinizador, certo? Próximo. Tem de abelhas ótimo. Será que você acha que é como se fosse aquela roda fora. É. Põe aves melíferas. Os terrestres são duas principais soluções. Não, só para não botar nada parecido. Essa é segurança por trás. Sempre tem toda uma história. Eu tô pensando.
Eu estou falando com prova dele, está polinizando por aí.
We need to increase the volume. You can hear me well? Perfect. Okay. We invite you to take your seats. We will start the final step on our seminar. Well, uh, we would like to start the session by thanking the participation, the reflections, the inputs, and the inspirations that everyone has given us during this international seminar with the name of governance and financial mechanisms for the conservation of the pollination services. We would like to thank especially the work groups that gathered yesterday and they had important contributions, and also the redaction commission and the consolidation of the text, the inspirational text that we'll be presenting this afternoon to all of you. And I hope it serves as a base to leave a legacy from the seminar. Given the norms Chapter House, this allowed us to have a document with valuable inputs. Then we'll be presenting to you, and it's called Action for the Protection of Pollinators in Latin America and the Caribbean. As we are extremely happy, and I would like you to give a round of applause as we will be presenting now, thanks to the effort, dedication, the inspiration, and these talks from many perspectives, many sectors that are here in this document. For that as well, I want to invite Mr. Andreas Gapman so that he can give his starting words regarding this call. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Laura. Good afternoon, everyone that is here today. We are at a very important moment, and I'm very thankful for all the contributions that we have seen throughout these 2 days. And in this call for protection for the pollinators in Latin America and Caribbean, we have consolidated a joint reflection amongst the different countries, institutions, and stakeholders. We have over 12 countries gathered here from different institutions, and the idea is not leaving this international seminar without leaving something concrete. We want to give political visibility to the topic, contributing to strengthen this topic in the public agenda. So we wish you to use this that united us these 2 days and to have this reincidence so that this can be discussed further. We want to capture the different ideas that came out of these sessions, all of the contributions that were very rich, Nothing will be lost. We want to have a clear and concise, a small document that talks about the advancements in this topic. The document is a document that came out of the seminar. It's not a negotiable document. It's something that aims to capture the idea, the spirit of the ideas of everyone, and we won't be able to add everything in one or two or three pages, but we are preparing a reporting process, and not all will be lost. The idea is that all the ideas and the recommendations are part of the document. This is a document made from us. We are the properties, the owners of the document, and also we want to leave it as an inspiration for further negotiations that will be coming in the next topics, and you are also invited to take advantage of these ideas to take it to different focuses. The the next COP that will happen in Armenia, we will also be having a parallel event on the advancements on the POLLINATION project. And we also want to be showing this document there and offer it to the negotiators so that they can use the content for their work. We also want to take advantage of it for different events. For example, FAO 1, thinking about the beginning of the world platform for pollinators in November this year. So, in this document, we will be preparing it as fast as possible and translating it to Portuguese and English. And each one of you will be able to publish it in the processes that you see to be fit, and you can also work it with it as a base. This is a collective product of the seminar, and I'm very happy that we had a lot of inputs in a community of different areas that gather here, the different countries and institutions. I want to thank all of you. And now I will follow up with the content. Thank you so much. Well, we also want to ask the valuable participation of Mr. Braulio Dias and Mrs. Ana Maria Hernandes so that they can speak about their participation on similar experiences as negotiators in the past. So I thank you, and let's have a round of applause for them. Thank you so much. I pass the floor to you so that you can share, Mr. Braulio, and then Mrs. Ana Maria. What are your experiences and initiatives like the one we had, so that the audience can also understand what happens when we receive inputs from this quality? You can please go on. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. We are coming to an end, and as one of the representatives of the Brazilian government, I'm very happy with the results that we had and very happy with the discussion level that we had. We had very rich discussions. As Andrea had mentioned, the richness of in these discussions are going to be captured in the report of the meeting. We cannot possibly capture everything in only one statement. So this declaration is a summary of some important points that were discussed in this meeting. And I feel like this is an important step for us to advance in this effort of paying more attention to the pollinators and the pollination services. Also, keeping in mind that this is important for the nature and also for the systems, crop systems, agri-forests, agriculture, and so on. So, it's one of the so called ecosystemic services that all of us understand as something very important and as an object of the goals of the global framework. And of course, we have other goals for this framework and strategies and action plans, national action plans, right? They referred these ecosystemic services and the need to preserve biodiversity. So, this is a process. Some countries have been obtaining some important advancements. Other countries still have to increase their efforts. I see that the Polylac project is an initiative that is very good to approximate these countries in the region so that we can have this exchange of ideas and experiences, as the challenges are very similar in our countries. Not only the challenges are similar, but the biodiversity that is responsible for the pollination is shared practically in all of the region. So many of what is advanced in the research in a country will be relevant in others. So one of the main aspects of this Polylac project is to allow this exchange of experiences, and I hope that we can continue to do so and use this declaration that will be read soon in order for us to communicate to the other instances of deliberation. And in the first instance is COP17 of CDB, as Andre has mentioned. We also have a meeting that FAO is organizing to launch the global platform of pollinators in the beginning of November. So we will have at least 2 to 3 meetings, but there are other meetings in which this declaration can be forwarded to. Meetings of regional um, foundations and meetings in general in which the message of this declaration can contribute to the advances. And I thank all of you that have participated in the seminar, and I hope that you leave here satisfied, thinking this was a useful seminar that allowed us to have a lot of interaction and experience exchange. Of course, we cannot get into a consensus on everything. Each country, each region, each sector of society has their own views and their own needs. And we mentioned a lot about indigenous peoples, for example, which is a common topic in all our countries. And of course, we have a adapt with our indigenous peoples that won't be paid in a few years. It's a debt that will take a lot of time for us to pay it somehow. Fortunately, in Brazil, the Constitution of 1984 has a chapter dedicated to the protection of the indigenous people's rights. This is very good and it's on the text of the Brazilian Convention. And as mentioned in this government, we had a ministry that was created for the indigenous peoples. Those are important advancements. And each country has their own. And as previously said, everything that is done in this area has to be based on science and also on traditional knowledge. After all, the indigenous peoples have been here in the Americas for over thousands and millions of years. So there's a lot of accumulated knowledge. So it's fundamental for us to know how to incorporate those traditional knowledge in our activities. But before anything else, before incorporating this knowledge, we need to respect the rights. This is something very important for these indigenous peoples. And just to conclude, I see things very in a very optimistic light. It was a pleasure to for the Brazilian government for us to host this meeting. I hope you had an opportunity to get to know Brasilia. It's a beautiful city and very different. Every Brazilian that starts living here first, they find it weird. They find the city to be different, and people take some time to get used to it. But I, I think that everyone that lives here is in love with the city, and there's a good reason for that. So we are happy to host this meeting here in Brasilia, and obviously we will be following up the next unfoldings of the project Polylac in other meetings, in other experience exchanges. So I want to thank all of you for participating, for contributing with the debates, and I count on the continuity and your support to advance on this agenda. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me here in the podium. We had different systems, knowledge systems in these last 2 days, sharing public sector, private sector, academy, society, traditional communities, indigenous communities, and above all, we've had one clear goal, which is that we want to work on the preservation of the pollinators. And we know that we need to work on the declaration. Yeah, we started working on it yesterday, thinking about the actions. Where's the call for action? Because who can go to COP17? You can talk about this topic on COP17, and the rest of us won't keep our hands crossed, our arms crossed. Each one in this space has 11 points with recommendations that are living here so that we can see why the pollinator topic is important and how can we mobilize actions, funding, cooperation, science, knowledge surrounding this topic. So since the different levels since local until the multilateral level, we have a clear work to do, a clear route of actions that will be put in this text. You can see the first reaction to this text might be that it's too broad, it's too general, but the detail is on the report. The idea is, for example, if we are talking about financing and funding, and the idea is for us to fund the different work areas of the pollinators. We want to give you all the space so that you can have concrete funding actions. If we have a list on the market, maybe the funders will look at the list and say, oh, we cannot fund this topic. So that's why we left things very broad and enough so that we can use this in the framework. Since the negotiation process, as I was asked to talk about, we know that Polylac is part of the states, but we also have the civil society, communities, and academy that is working on the projects as well. So if we have an opportunity to talk through the results of these projects in a very clear manner and in a way that you have been presenting papers and mobilizing this information with the knowledge in different spaces. And ever COP17, we should reorganize this to talk more about this topic in a very concrete way. So, we'll be thinking on concrete spaces. In NIPIs, we also have concrete spaces to talk about knowledge. In FAO, clearly, we'll be starting to push this topic forward. And the idea is that all of us can, even with our different capacities, do what interests us, which is to talk about, to get there and talk about why the preservation of the pollinators is important. Of course, to revert these processes of biodiversity loss, of course, but also to generate social welfare, to maintain the cultural diversity and also for economic development. So this is a fantastic balance. And I believe we've seen this in these last days. And I'm sure you were able to have a fantastic network, exchanging contacts and experiences. And the idea is for this process to continue. I see it in a very positive manner. And we'll be in the side event passing on the importance of the pollinators. Thank you so much. As it was announced that we already have this text, let's read it then. We invite you to go on up front so that we can share the inspirations of all the groups that have worked, reflected, reported, discussed the perspectives. Thank you so much. So, I want to consult with my technical team. Are we going to have the projection on it of it on screen? I just want to know. As it was said previously, we will be reading the inputs, the reflections, the recommendations that were very enriching, and we left as a name of the document called "The Action for the Protection of the Pollinators in Americas, Latin America, and Caribbean," proposed under the International Seminar for Governance and Funding Mechanisms for the Conservation of Pollination Services. I will begin reading it. Um, I will give you a brief introduction before going to the paragraphs. Based on the experience exchange, technical knowledge, and lessons learned throughout the International Seminar on Governance and Mechanisms for the Conservation of the Pollination Services, that happened during the 18th, 19th, and 20th of August in Brazil. The participants of this meeting, we have concentrated this document with 11 recommendations guided to strengthen the preservation of such species, respecting the autonomy and the sovereignty of the traditional and indigenous peoples, and to speed up the implementation of actions that can contribute for the goals for the biodiversity framework, and also the action plan for 2030 for the initiative for conservation and the sustainable use of pollinators.
Brazil, Costa Rica, Mexico, Paraguay, and Peru, through the implementation of the project Acción Regional para la Protección de los Insectos Polinizadores y los Servicios de Polinización en América Latina y Caribe, POLLILAC, have got to demonstrate the cooperation among governments, the academia, the indigenous people, the local communities, and the producers, organizations, the private sector, and the international cooperation that can transform the global commitments in visible outcomes that can be viable, replicable over the territory. The advances gotten through this project from they confirm that protecting the pollinator insects is not only a environmental target but also represent a efficient strategy to impact the resiliency of the agro-food systems and to leverage the rural development to preserve the culture, the traditional knowledge, and also to improve the life quality of people. The regional dialogue developed by the Polylac project framework that performed under the Chatham House rules that allowed open exchange of experiences, and as a consequence, the document that we are reading reflects the identified priorities and doesn't represent official positions from the institutions or the participant organizations. And in this framework, we present the following recommendations. One, strengthening the effective incorporation of the conservation and the sustainable use of the pollinator insects over the strategies and the action plans in national level over the biodiversities, NBSAP, and the economic instruments and in the territorial planification instruments and environmental agriculture through the targets and the specific indicators to the topic. Also, the efficient actions that can facilitate the implementation, the monitoring, and the evaluation, considering the national context and the scientific evidence and the current normative frameworks. This contributes to the target 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 14 to 22 of the Biodiversity World Framework and the Operational Goal 1 and the Action Plan from the International Pollinators Initiative. Recognizing the importance of governance in all the levels as fundamental for the conservation and the sustainable use for the pollinators insects. In this sense, summoning all the sectors and actors of society to work in a coordinated and articulated way. We contribute to the targets 14, 20, 22, 23, and from MMBKM and the operational goal 1 and plan of action number 1. 3. Prioritize actions from this friendly ecological restoration that enable the vital cycle maintenance of pollinators and increment the availability of the forest resources, the refugee gathering the connectiveness and the from the landscape of ecosystems in agro landscapes, the forest and urban, using native species and ecological criteria adapted to the local context, recognizing that these interventions generate benefits in a simultaneous way for the biodiversity, the productivity for agriculture, the climate resiliency. The, this contributes to the targets 2, 3, 11, 12 from MMBKM for the operational goal 2 and the action plan of IPI. Promoting guided actions to reduce the pressures associated with the inappropriate use of pesticides that affect the pollinator insects by strengthening the integrated handling of plagues, reduction of the pesticide correct use and other agriculture assets, and the evaluation of reduction of risks and the pollinator insects and the synergies of the focus on only one health by incentivating the use of bio assets and considering the strengthening of our capabilities, including the technical assistance, the economic viability, and the producer's technicity. This contributes to the targets um, 4, 20, 7, 8, 10, and the operational goal 2 of the action plan for NIPI. 5. Implementing and strengthening the national systems and regional from technical monitoring and participative from the pollinator insects and the pollination service throughout the on the long term, including um, citizenship science initiatives by promoting the use of methodologies and indicators comparable that are including the systematized data that are also available and the periodic report of the advances through the indicators and components that are complementary to the global framework, the global biodiversity framework, and with the goal of supporting the decisions and with the respective financial sustainability. Decision 42456 of the framework of following, and this contributes to the targets for 2021 of MMBKM and the operational goal number 4 of the action plan of IPI. 6. Strengthening the transition through the sustainable agro-food systems that promote the food security, incorporating the friendly practices, economic incentives, the financial mechanisms and product certification mechanisms that can favor the conservation and the sustainable uses of pollinators and the maintenance of the pollination service recuperation. This contributes to the target 10, 14, 15, 19 of MBKM and the operational goal 2 of the action plan of IPI. Number 7, mobilizing the coordinated way and strategic way the financial resources in a public and private level that can allow the strengthening of the conservation and sustainable use of the pollinators and the applied and basic investigation. Contributes to the target 18, 19, 20, 21, and to the operational goal number 1 of the action plan 1 of AIPI. Recognizing, promoting, and protecting with free consensus of previous and informed the territorial rights, the biocultural diversity, and the traditional knowledge systems from the indigenous people and the local communities related to the conservation and the pollinators' sustainable use, including the practices linked with the native species, strengthening the funding and the capability, the participation of women, youth, kids, and the producers' organizations by securing the fair distribution and the equitative of the benefits that derive from this use. This contributes to the targets 22, 23 of MMBKM and the operational goal number 1 and the action plan of IPI. Widening the programs of education in environmental level, training, technical sensitivity, and also the knowledge management strategies directed to producers, local governments, private sector, educative institutions, and civil society with the purpose of strengthening the understanding of this essential role for the pollinators, insects, and the biodiversity, the health of ecosystems, and the food security. This contributes to the target 20 of MMBKM and the operational goal 3 of the action plan of IPI. Recognizing the value of the generated experience through the countries that support the regional initiatives of cooperation with the experience developed in the framework of POLILAC to strengthen the exchange of knowledge and methodologies and to generate the technical evidence, the capability development, the mechanism mobilization of funding, and also that the favoring of this replicability of scaling the successful solutions for the conservation of pollinator insects in the Latin American Caribbean. This contributes to the target 19, 20, 21, 23 of MMBKM and also to the operational goal 1 and from the action plan of AIPI. And finally, recognizing the establishment importance of the pollinators world platform, taking note of the FAO at the time of facilitating the application of the action plan and calling to its ready implementation with the participation of government and civil society in general to consolidate the policies, the technical guideline, the follow-up, and also the capability development in the funding destined to the conservation and the sustainable use of the pollinator insects. This contributes to the target 19, 20, 21, 23 of MMBKM and the operational goal number 3 of the action plan of IPI. That's how we would like to show the results of our teamwork in these days that we have gathered in this seminar from the inspirational contributions from each one of you. And I would like to tell you through this document that we should have a orthographic review and review on the accents, and we'll give you access to this document in the QR code that you have in your badge, so you can access to that in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. So have a round of applause to all of you because we concluded with success the conclusion of this seminar with a great document that can change the direction of these pollinator insects. I would like also to comment and ask team to help me because I would like to mention the mechanism of complaints from the customers from the German government. As part of the performance of this seminar, this independent mechanism from ECM from the climate initiative allows people to that suffer these consequences from IKI that would like to report the undue use of the sources and they have any type of operation, please. You can also uh, contribute to how you can have the impact over these projects by avoiding the impact over this project that can be not noticed by the ZUG and the AA, and also supporting the inappropriated use of the public funds and also accomplishing for the good practices of international level. We also have this mechanism. We can have an information for that in the QR code so that we can also share some expression that you have. Please make us know if you want to feedback on this. Also, we are giving you a QR code that you can have a feedback. We'll thank you if you can provide us your evaluation to assess um, these 2 days of international seminar. There are two specific topics that we are asking you, and there are some aspects that I would like to ask you some questions, and you can also leave your questions, desires, and also concerns. Please feel free to write whatever you want to mention. We'll now go to 1 minute of video, and please let's watch it together.
Fuerte aplauso para ustedes, fuerte aplauso.
A round of applause for all of you. These will be some of the videos that are the most famous in our seminar, and you can get the link from the badge, but please don't lose this badge because it will be useful for you and you can access to it through the QR code. And I'm gonna have all the information there. We can also have the photographies, and let's keep this badge with you. Give us only 2 weeks so we can put everything together. We are gonna send also the email that will let you know that all the material is available. Everything that starts needs to conclude. So let's first conclude the event and then we'll go to the fair, okay? But we want to make the protocol act of the conclusion of this seminar. So I would like to ask you if you can follow us in by following Mr. Carlos Bizarro from the Mapa Brazil, who is our host. So a round of applause, please. And thank you so much for welcoming us in this wonderful country. I would like also to welcome Mr. Lucas Hash, political assessor from the Ministry of Germany for the Protection of Nature and Food Security and the Nuclear Security, to also have a moment with you, who is part of this to be make it possible. And again, we invite Mr. Andreas Getgen, who is the regional director of Polilac. A round of applause also. Thank you so much. We'll start in this order with the words of Carlos Pizarro and then Mr. Lucas and then Dr. Andres.
Bom, pessoal, boa tarde. Como representante
As representative of the Development Secretary for the Ministry of Agriculture, who is the political counterpart within the Polilac project,
eu só tenho a agradecer a todos aqueles que tiveram envolvidos na
I
realização
would
desse
like only to
evento,
thank those who are in the
uma
performance of
iniciativa
this event. This is an
realizada
initiative that was performed last
no
year
intercâmbio regional
in
Polilac,
the Polilac workshop in
10
Mexico,
meses, em outubro
and
exatamente
in
10 meses,
October last
desde que a
year,
ideia foi
since
anunciada
the idea was
e
officially
aceita, validada,
accepted and validated,
e a gente está aqui hoje para
we are
finalizar
now
a
concluding
gestação aí desse
this
cetáceo que realmente
cetacean
deu aí
birth that
bastante
also provided
trabalho
a lot of
para os
work for
envolvidos
all
aí,
those involved in
trabalhadores
the
muito para
organization. So I'd like also to
desenvolver
thank again
GIZ regional,
GIZ
Brasil, por
Brazil
toda a
for
dedicação
all the
e empenho
dedication,
nesse
involvement
processo
with and
seletivo
efforts
e concluindo
to
essa,
conclude
essa
this
primeira
stage on
etapa.
the Polilac
Obviamente também
aspect. I
agradecer
also
ao
thank
patrocinador, né,
the
do Polilac,
sponsor from this
que
project who
viabilizar tudo isso.
also enable us to viabilize all of
Também
this. I would like
agradecer
also
os que
to
puderam
thank
participar
those
presencialmente
who have been
dessa
presentially
transmissão
here
pelo canal do
and those
YouTube,
who
do
are watching
GIZ,
from the YouTube.
e dizer que realmente
I would like
eu não
also to say
pude
that I could
participar de
not
todas as
participate in all
discussões,
the
mas que
discussions, but
obviamente no presente
those
foi
that I
digamos bastante
was
rico,
able to participate, I found to be very
obviamente
rich.
aí além da declaração
Other than the
e dos
declaration and
relatórios
the
da
reports,
oportunidade de ter
I
vários
have the possibility to have
subsidiaries
several subsidiaries
trabalharem
to
também
work and
cada um
develop each one of
na
them
sua
in
realidade,
their
na sua
reality with the
limitação
limitation
e avançar no
and
objetivo
advance in the
do projeto.
goal of this project.
Como o Dr. Braulio
As
disse,
Dr. Braulio
tem
mentioned,
diferentes interesses
we have
envolvidos,
different interests
mas
involved,
que o Polilac
but Polilac
proporciona
has
essa
provided the
oportunidade
opportunity of
de a
this
gente estar aqui junto,
to be
unido
together
e alinhar
and
os
aligning
interesses
this interest in the best way
possíveis
possible
em prol de um objetivo
for
comum,
the same
que é a conservação.
common goal, which is the
Com isso,
conservation of the
tudo já,
pollinators,
já
with all
sabemos
the goals that you all know
durante o evento.
reinforced
Então,
here.
agradeço mais uma
I
vez.
thank you once
Espero
more.
que na minha avaliação o
In
evento
my
tenha
evaluation,
sido
the event was
sucesso
successful,
e espero que a gente
and I
possa
expect that we
fortalecer
can
as oportunidades, né,
um,
dentro do Polilac,
to have the
nesses
Polilac
2 anos e um
gathering,
pouco mais talvez de projeto.
and
Desejo também
I
um
also
ano seguro aí para
wish you a
todos
great
nós
way back to your
que
countries
se deslocou até Brasília para
for
participar
those who
desse
have come
evento.
here presentially. Thank you so much.
Então, o protesto também do meu lado, eu queria
I would
agradecer
like to thank,
primeiramente o governo
first of all, the Brazilian government for being the host of this
brasileiro,
important seminar.
com certeza
Pega um pouquinho.
foi muito
And
trabalho,
I know that it involves a lot of work. I would like to thank you.
And I want to thank the partners here for all the work that was done. And I know that many times we get lost in the details as they are too many. So I want to thank you for your work and thank the partners of the project and everyone that have been participating here today. An event like this is only a success if we have the collaboration of everyone. So I really want to thank all of you. I won't be summarizing the seminar as we've had too many ideas and hunches. But just to summarize it, I will be going back to Germany with a lot of ideas, a lot of messages, including the declaration that I want to bring to the people that are involved with the negotiations, and also thinking about the people that work with the pollinators at national level, as it is an exchange of ideas at world level, global level. So we can all learn from this. And that's what I wanted to mention. And I wanted to say that this investment is a small investment. This is the money from the German corporation. We have this project, and I wish that you and the countries that are part of this initiative can take the most advantage of it, this project up until the end, in order to take this forward, as we will need to dedicate ourselves to this for many years now. So we have a small contribution in this sense. We are happy, and we know that in this sense, the message with the German government through the initiative for the climate is directed for the protection of biodiversity and what can we do with that. And I wanted to thank you and thank all of the ones that are going to have a longer pathway, and I hope to see you again in other occasions. Thank you so much. Well, the final words in this conference. I once again want to thank all of you for the contributions. Everything that we had here today and yesterday was very pleasant. We had an environment where we can enjoy biodiversity in the center of Brasilia. And from this work that was done with you, from your presentations and the exchange of ideas, I want to tell you that we want to give you back this effort to have this report done as soon as possible. We will be having it done in 3 weeks maximum, so that we can have the content in the further events that are going to come. We have documented a lot, everything that was spoken here. I hope we were able to capture all of the ideas, and we will having this document ready for everyone, and I hope that much of what was said here can be taken advantage of. And I want to thank all of you. And I want to also thank the huge work that the interpreters had supporting us throughout these 2 days. Thank you so much. And I also want to thank the ones that were with us virtually, over 300 people. I'm not sure if everyone was here all the time, but we followed in these discussions and you can continue with them in your houses and elsewhere, other places. We also want to thank the teams for the different countries. The team of Brazil, you were very successful in hosting this event. Also want to mention that we will be seeing a presentation on the work that we have on pollinators on the lake very soon. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we invite you to go down there. And before you go, we have a video and an homage for the Bee Day, World Bee Day. Before we go down there, we'll be watching this video as we will pay an homage to one of our most famous pollinators. We will have a video homage to them.
Muchísimas, muchísimas, muchísimas.
Thank you so much. Wonderful video. And well, the announcement now that we're going to the fair, you can take some clothing with you, and you can take a cup with you as well. So thank you so much. You'll be seeing the results, and thank you Brazil for hosting this event. Please enjoy the fair now. Thank you.